everyone, welcome you all to the 𝐎𝐮𝐫. So mega marathon of 5 hours, 60 topics related to the commerce. It is going to be useful for UGC NET exam and all the state set examination paper 2 commerce, and some topics also will be useful for the paper 2 management also. So this 5 hours session, 5 hours, it is going to be there, and in this 60 top topics related to the commerce we are going to cover in detail with explanation. And from this 60 topic you can expect a minimum to minimum 30 to 35 question easily from here. Means in this area only the questions can be possible. These are the regular and repeating areas. So must and should watch the complete video before your examination, complete session of this 5 hours. It will be fruitful and you will enjoy like anything for sure, and your confidence also will build up by watching this session. So here, before proceeding further, if you are first time over here, please do subscribe to this channel 𝐎𝐮𝐫 and download our application mobile app 𝐎𝐮𝐫 24/7 from the Google Play Store. The link is given in the description. And you can join in our Telegram group if you are preparing for UGC NET exam. And you can join for that also. Separate WhatsApp group is available for TNTRB, Assistant Professor. And subscribe to our channel if you are first time over here. And moreover guys, if you want a test series for the UGC NET paper 1 and paper 2 commerce, the test series is available at achieversaddaugcnet platform at just the lowest price, which is here. And if you want, the last and final copies are available, which is NET and SET paper 1. In 32 pages in this magazine model, we have covered a revision booklet, which is a 216 rupees. The order link is given in the description. You can place the order. And also guys, Telangana aspirants or AP aspirants ఎవరైతే సెట్ ఎగ్జామ్ కి ప్రిపేర్ అవుతున్న వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారో, తెలుగు ప్లస్ ఇంగ్లీష్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ లో పేపర్ 1 మీకు కంప్లీట్ కోర్స్ అనేది అవైలబుల్ గా ఉంది. 1799 అంటే 1800 కే మీకు ఫుల్ లెంత్ క్లాసెస్, యూనిట్ వైజ్ క్లాసెస్ ఉంటాయి, పీడిఎఫ్స్ ఉంటాయి, సబ్ టాపిక్ వైజ్ క్విజెస్ ఉంటాయి, అండ్ సెట్ ప్లస్ నెట్ ప్రీవియస్ ఇయర్ క్వశ్చన్ విత్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ పీడిఎఫ్స్ అండ్ క్లాసెస్, అండ్ మాక్ టెస్ట్ సిరీస్ కూడా ఉంటుంది, ఆన్లైన్ మాక్ టెస్ట్ సిరీస్. సో కోర్స్ తీసుకోవాలనుకున్న వాళ్ళు, ఫుల్ లెంత్ రికార్డెడ్ కోర్స్ అండి. పేపర్ 2 ఓన్లీ ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియం లోనే ఉంటుంది కామర్స్. సో తీసుకోవాలనుకున్న వాళ్ళు 2800 బోత్ పేపర్స్, 1800 𝐎𝐮𝐫 యాప్ ద్వారా పే చేసి తీసుకోవచ్చు. And UGC NET December 2024 aspirants, those who are interested to take our courses, UGC NET December 2024 batch will start after the June examination. After the June examination, we will be starting a new batch. So for that updates, please do join in our Telegram group and subscribe to this channel. Whenever we start a batch at the lowest prices, our prices are always low as compared to any institute in India, with the highest quality and all the components. No need to refer anything separately. Right after June exam results, we will be starting the new batch. So let us go into the session. 60 topics, 5 hours. If you are all ready, please do hit a like button and we will start now. Let's go. Normal distribution, Poisson distribution, binomial distribution are the 3 important probability distributions. Binomial means 2 outcomes, either true or false, or yes or no, either this head or tail, like that. And here normal distribution curve is going to be a parametric one, which is more of qualitative. You can see normal distribution curve. It is a bell-shaped one and a bell-shaped one. First of all, normal distribution curve we can see in many of the questions also, whether it is paper 1 or paper 2. This is how it looks like. And in the paper 1, the question was, normal distribution curve area wherever wherever difference is plus or minus 1 standard deviation area they asked. That is 68.26. So that is the question in the June examination. So I will cover all the properties one by one, and it will be helpful for you to identify the answer easily. Right, first of all, it's a bell-shaped curve. You can see now it's a bell-shaped. Bell-shaped means this is bell-shaped. Bell-shaped curve, and it is symmetrical about the vertical line through the mean. Through the mean, vertical line is going to be there. and it is going to be a uni model, means only one mode it is going to be there. There is no multiple modes, only one mode, single mode will be there in the normal distribution. So that is asymptotic, means on the x-axis, on the y-axis, both the way the curves will be going, the tails will be there on both the ways, right? And equality, all the three measures of central tendency coincide, means mean equal to median equal to mode, mean equal to median equal to mode. So all the three measures of central tendency will be coincide. Whenever normal distribution curve is there in the middle now, at this symmetrical area, mean is equal to median equal to mode, three all are equal. Right, range. The total area under the curve gives you total probability. Means if you look at the total area now, minus infinity to the plus infinity, the total area will be there. So this is the total area which will be covered. Minus infinity to plus infinity, the values will be there. Values will be minus infinity to plus infinity. And here if you look at total area under the normal distribution curve is divided into 50 percentage. So this 50 percentage is called as an left-tailed curve. This 50 percentage is called as an right-tailed curve. Right side right-tailed curve, left side left-tailed curve. Okay. And here, if you look at total equidistance of the quartile means Q1 and Q3 are equidistant from the median. From the median Q1 and Q3. If you look at which is the Q1, which is the median. So Q2 is the median, that is middle point. So this is Q2. And this is Q1. This is Q3. How much distance is there? This is Q3. The distance between Q1 and Q2 is equivalent to distance between Q2 and Q3. Q2 and Q3 distance is equal to Q1 and Q2. Both are equal. That is in this. And here, if you look at the Q3 minus median, that is Q3 minus Q2, equal to Q2 minus Q1. That's what the distance which I explained. And here, for a normal distribution, this is most important, sir. This property you can expect a question. Mean deviation is equivalent to 4/5 of the standard deviation, and quartile deviation equal to 2/3 of the standard deviation, or as 5/6 of the mean deviation. So here the relationship between the mean deviation, quartile deviation, standard deviation is equal to 10:12:15. So standard deviation is always more and quartile deviation is always less. In between, mean deviation will be in the middle. So standard deviation more than this, mean deviation more than the quartile deviation. Quartile deviation is less, that is 10. Because you have to substitute these values simply in this ratio. So quartile deviation means 2/3 of the standard deviation, and 4/5 of standard deviation equal to mean deviation. So then standard deviation is equal to generally this one. And if you do 2/3, 4/5 and 1, then the LCM will give you 10:12:15 will be the relationship between three things. Right? Do hit a like button, guys. And for a normal distribution, skewness is equal to 0. Because when normal distribution, all are going to be equal. There will not be any skewness. Skewness means scatteredness. Skewness means the deviation. Skewness means asymmetry. But here proper symmetric is there. Proper symmetry means in the middle, this middle normal distribution curve, mean equal to mode equal to median. All are going to be equal. Mean equal to median equal to mode. Right? So this can be represented in this way. X plus standard deviation, X minus standard deviation. So X plus or minus standard deviation area is how much? 68.26. X plus or minus standard deviation. Right? X plus or minus 2 standard deviation. X plus or minus 2 standard deviation equal to how much? 95%. Right? X plus or minus 3 standard deviation plus 3 standard deviation minus 3 standard deviation. 99.74% of the area, sir. Remember this area. Area percentage, there is a possibility of question. So area under the normal distribution curve is explained or distributed by the standard deviation only. Plus or minus standard deviation is explaining the area under each of the distribution. Right? Plus or minus standard deviation 1, plus or minus 2 standard deviation, plus or minus 3 standard deviation. Absolutely. And here wherever the point of inflection of the normal distribution curve, inflection point we call it as 68.26% area. This is the point of inflection in the normal distribution curve. Is it clear? Topic number 1. Next topic, what? Poisson distribution, sir. So recently in the June examination, what was asked, they given one example, sir. They given everything total and mean also they given. They asked us to identify. So identify the lambda. That is what asked. They given total information, even lambda value also given. But we don't know that. Many people confused. Lambda means something we need to calculate by applying the formula. That e power minus lambda means lambda power r divided by r factorial. Like that, they started doing it. Finally, answer is that the lambda is nothing but the mean which is given in the question. That is what you need to take it as the option directly. Lambda is nothing but a mean in Poisson distribution. This is what lambda. Right? This lambda is nothing but mean. Mean is already there in the question itself. You need to identify that question. Such a clever game played by the examiner. Recent, very recent area. So Poisson distribution means, what is Poisson distribution? 5 was the answer. Correct, Vanshri. That was an excellent question actually. If you look at the June paper, you'll understand, very easy question. They started applying. Even I also first, by looking at the Poisson distribution, I written the formula. Achha, we need to apply the formula and checking the variables. E power, E value is not given, Euler constant is not given. So we are checking for that. Chalo, when the Poisson distribution will be used, this is given by Simon Daly's Poisson. So when this will be used? Whenever we wanted to identify, here number of success will be very less, number of failure will be more, number of success will be less. Right? Some Poisson experiment examples are number of telephone calls received per hour, number of accidents per week, number of patients arriving at a healthcare center, number of typing mistake per page. Like that, everything we are going to identify in the Poisson distribution. Right? And here e power minus lambda into lambda power r divided by r factorial. So here 0, 1, 2, r values till the end, and lambda is nothing but a mean. In Poisson distribution, lambda is equal to mean, lambda is also equal to variance. Lambda value is n into p. This is also mean, this is also the variance. The mean and the variance both are one and the same. Lambda square, the standard deviation square. It is. Lambda equal to mean equal to NP equal to standard deviation square. So all are going to be equal here. And Euler constant will be 2.71828. 2.71828. This is a Euler number they usually give in the question itself. They are not given, you should assume this number. 2.71 is the number you need to assume. So that you will get the answer. Right? That's it. If you look at the properties, properties of Poisson distribution, nothing more. It is same as like that only, but important property is that mean is equal to variance. In Poisson distribution, there is no difference between the variance and mean. It is NP only. Both are NP only. NP equal to variance, NP equal to mean, lambda is equal to mean. That's it. Remember that much. Now let's go to the organizational culture ethics. Do you know octapage? Octapage. OCTAP. Octapage. In organization, this is related to business management unit, unit number 6. In organization culture, there are 8 dimensions that we usually follow, which is called as an octapage. Octapage means openness, C for confrontation, T for trust, A for authenticity, and P for proaction, autonomy, collaboration, experimentation. So, in June only this question is there. Sir, everything you are saying June exam, December exam, June exam only. These many topics appeared by 100 questions, sir. 100 questions. We have not even done 50 questions so far. 100 questions related topics I am doing. Of paper 2, June, both shifts are there. December 2 shifts are there. October 3 shifts are there. Put together all these topics, sir. So, organizational culture, octapage. Octapage. Openness means in an organization culture, we should have a freedom, open to discuss anything. That culture we require. Confrontation means we have to face any type of problem boldly without any fear and favor. Come, if any challenges are coming, you should be ready to face. And trust, building a sense of assurance and confidence on each other. You should show the trust on your subordinates. Subordinates should show the trust on the superiors. So the trust should be mutual trust will be there. Okay. And authenticity, congruence between what one feels and says and does. And authenticity means actually what we are doing. For everything we should be authenticated. A proper things has to be authenticated here. So that is authenticity. Next is that proaction. Proaction means always a pre-planning, future oriented. Always think about the future. Future course of action is more important here. And autonomy means using and giving freedom to plan, act in one's own sphere. That is, using and giving freedom to plan, act in one's own sphere is an autonomy. Autonomy means independence. Should have a freedom. Freedom in organization. And collaboration means together. Collaboration means together, accepting the responsibilities and doing everything together as a team. Next, experimentation is nothing but taking a fresh look at things and fostering creativity. Taking a fresh look, everything we need to look at in a fresh way. Don't keep the pre-notions, don't carry the pre-notions in your mind. Keep everything in a clean. Keep everything, look at everything as a first time or the fresh one. So then organization culture will be good one. Openness, confrontation, trust, authenticity, proaction, autonomy, collaboration, experimentation. Is it done, sir? 3 topics done, sir, total.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Superb, superb. Those are typing in the chat box, excellent. Guys, I can tell you one thing. If you are losing your concentration with respect to the revision, you can't able to cover many things. Come say come, if you have not covered, not prepared well, at least do this marathons and you will feel happy after writing the exam. That is my assurance. Because these are the minimum topics which will always comes in the examination. Those topics only I am discussing. Jim Colliers. Jim Colliers has given a 5 leaders, 5 steps of leader. So here the levels contribute that a people make, including a level 5 leaders who combine personal humility and a professional will. These are levels of leadership as per the Jim's Collier. Jim's Collier, total 5 levels are given. Total 5 levels are given. Level 1, highly capable individual. Level 2, contributing as a team member. Level 3, competent manager, effective leader, executive. What is level 1? Being an individual, you are highly efficient person. You know, you are having the capacity to deal, capacity to handle the situation individually. They make productive contribution with their talent, with their knowledge, with their skill. Individual contribution will be there more. Contributing team member. They contribute to achievement of a group objectives and work effectively with others in a group setting. Work effectively in a group setting. That is level 2, which is contributing a team member. Contributing a team member means being an individual too, you will also contribute to a teamwork. You are trying to do the teamwork also. You are becoming a part of the team. Till now, you shown your own talent, your own skill, your own knowledge. Now, your knowledge, you are using it for your team. Your knowledge, you are using it for the teamwork, team achievements. Finally, competent manager. Now, you got a position to handle the people. You became a manager now, third level. They organize the people, you know how to handle the people and their performance, how to get the work done by your subordinate, and you know how to motivate them to do the work. Everything that is competent manager means being a manager, you are successful. And effective leader, manager will become effective leader. They catalyze the commitment. This level is asked in the exam, December. This level is asked. Which of the following is a competent, which of the following is an effective leader as per the James Collins? That is the question, simple. Right, effective leader is a, here after achieving as a competent manager, you are pursuing or compelling to achieve the maximum performance from the team member, or achieving as a leader and making your group also successful. Final level is that executive. They build enduring greatness through a paradoxical combination of a personal humility and professional wisdom. Paradoxical means highest level, sir. Executive means beyond the leader. You got everything in your hand. You are being a personality. You are making a trend. You are setting the trend to all. You are setting the example to your subordinates. Because you achieved to that much highest one, where you got a positional power to dominate or to influence others. Next topic, Maslow's hierarchy theory. Maslow's hierarchy theory. So Abraham Maslow has given one of the motivational theory, which is Maslow's hierarchy theory. Every time question is, but different way. Simply, very simple question every time they ask from this particular theory. So Abraham Maslow is a psychologist in USA. He has given a set of 5 needs. 5 needs are there. Physiological needs, safety needs, love and belongingness, esteem needs, and self-actualization. Physiological, not psychological. Physiological needs are air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction. Air, water, minimum, basic things. Safety needs security, like a job security, income security, property, health. That is second. After that, love and belongingness, relationships, friendship, intimacy, family, sense of affection. And fourth one is the esteem needs, self-identity, your own recognition. Self-identity, your own recognition. That is strength and recognition, freedom, self-esteem. Self-actualization is a desire to become the most that one can be. Desire to become the most one can be. That is self-actualization. Means in your life, you are achieving your liberation. Maximum that what you can achieve in your life is a liberation. That is self-actualization. It's about you. It's about your maximum thing in your life. Right? And after this, self-transcendent will. Self-transcendence will be there. Self-transcendence. So beyond your, this is your life, you achieve the most highest stage. And in a self-transcendence stage now, your life is dedicated for total society. For doing or for serving to the society, for serving to the people. That is how your life is dedicated. So that comes under self-transcendence. Beyond the self. Managerial grid theory. Managerial grid theory. Managerial grid. Right. So actually, when you look at this managerial grid theory given by the Robert R. Blake and John S. Morton. So this Morton and Robert theory, this is majorly for importance of a leader, how the leader should behave when we represent them in a x and y axis with the two important parameters. Parameter number one, concern for the production, who is job oriented. Concern for the people, which means a relationship. Understood, sir? Relationship. Concern for the production, concern for the people. Concern for the production is nothing but they are job oriented. So low concern for the production, high concern for the production. Low concern for the people, high concern for the people. Based on this, the relationship is there. So here, both low concern for the production, low concern for the people. Both are low. You are not maintaining good relationship and you are not good in production also. This leadership is called as an impoverished management. Impoverished management. Exertion. Same this sentence as it is they given in the question. As it is this sentence. Impoverished management, that is exertion of minimum efforts to get required to work done is appropriate to sustain the organization membership. Minimum work I will do. Minimum relationship I will maintain. I will not be too much attached to anyone. I will not be too active in production. Minimum thing that I do. That is what impoverished management, 1, 1 leadership. 1, 1. This is 1, this is also 1. Both are low. Now, high concern for the production, low concern for the people. Here 9, high concern for the production. You are fully production oriented or job oriented, but you won't maintain any types of relationship. Efficiency in operation will be more providing the quality of production and conditions of work, but human relationships concern to the people, I am not even caring about the relation. My work is I am getting a salary because of work. I will do that work effectively. So highly work oriented. 9 means highly work oriented, least relationship oriented. These are all workaholic people. Quite opposite to it, this is called as an authority obedience. Authority obedience leadership. 9, 1. Whereas 1, 9. Here, concern for the people, relationship is high. High relationship, work is 0. No work. Low work, low concern for the work, but high concern for the people. More of maintaining relationships only. In every team, one person will be there now where he will chit chat with all the people throughout the day. He will go and talk to that girl. In this team, he will go to this particular girl. Like that, he will talk to all, maintain a relationship and gossip, chit chatting only, full. Country club management. They feel like it is club only for the company. Right? Thoughtful attention needs of a people. They are always comfortable to maintain the relationships always. They are not interested in doing the work and doing the task. Least interested. Right? With that relationships only, they will create atmosphere that they are only doing the work. Because when you are maintaining a positive relationship with anyone, nobody says that you are not doing work. That type of oriented. Show of people. Country club. Right? So, that is 1, 9. And 9, 9 is, this is both low, na? This is both high. High concern for the production, high concern for the people. Team management. So work accomplishment is from committed people, interdependence, common stake in the organization, trust and mutual respect. So much relationships will be maintained and highly concerned for the production also. They will not compromise with the work. They will not compromise with the maintaining relationship with the people. So both they will balance it highly. The both will maintain at a high level. That is team management. Now in the middle of the road, balancing in production, balancing in 5, 5. Balance organization and management. Adequate organization performance possible through balancing the necessity to get out work with maintaining morale of the people at a satisfactory level. Balancing relationships as well as production. Understood 5 types of leadership as per the Blake and Mountain. Hello, sir. Let's go to the next topic. Power. How many types of power we have? In an organizational management or the organizational theory and behavior or business management, we have power means your capacity to influence others is a power. So we have a 2 types of power. One is formal power, second one is informal power. Formal power is the legitimate power, reward power, coercive power, information power. Informal power is an expert power, referent power, charismatic power. Let's go one by one. If you look at here, legitimate power, sir. What is legitimate power? Those who are there in Arjuna batch, they will get this. Don't worry. I'll update after this class. Total 2 short topics PDF I'll update. So legitimate power. Legitimate power means from the position in the hierarchy. From the position in the hierarchy is called as a legitimate power, which means these are the this power, this capacity or influencing others comes from the position legally. I am an IAS. So IAS is a legally recruitment done and legally you are recruited by the law. So yeah, you got the position, you got the power by the law. Means that position itself is given which you appointed by the specific authority. Right? Expert power means from having expertise in a particular, suppose I treat myself as an UGC NET paper 1 and paper 2 commerce expert. So even that is why you people are attending. Means we are having expertism over some particular subject. That's called as an expert power. Right? Referent power is nothing but from interpersonal relationship. Referent power is from interpersonal relationship. Means we have to suppose you should be like that, should be like this. You are setting an example now. Some your relatives will come and say, "Arey, look at that boy. At a young age, he is doing that much big job and earning big amount of a salary from the Google and all. Look at that." Means they are referring to that person as a trend setting for you. You should also become like that. Reference means that person is having a reference power. Somebody is referring you. Somebody is telling about you. Means you are setting an example for them. That's a referent power. Coercive power means you don't attend the class. That is showing your authority over someone, threatening, committing to threaten, or else threatening someone to do something or not to do something. That is coercive, forcible activity. Reward power means from the ability to offer and influence the incentive. Reward means if you do this, you will get this. If you don't do this, you will not get this. That reward it is having with you. So reward power is with you. If you do that, you will get that. If you don't do that, you will not get that. That type of authority. And in performance appraisal, we have 2 types of appraisal methods. We know that 2 types of appraisal methods. Do hit a like button if you like the session. Do hit a dislike button and unsubscribe to the channel if you don't like the session.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
What is performance appraisal? Please tell first. What is performance appraisal? No, for performance appraisal means determining the relative worth of employee. So here determining the worth of employee for wage determination purpose. Actually, job evaluation will be there and even performance appraisal will be there. Job evaluation is determining the worth of the job, and here determining the worth of the job holder, who is the performance appraiser, right? So there are traditional appraisal methods and modern or system appraisal methods. In the traditional appraisal, it is more of individualistic in nature. So control oriented and documentary, everything will be listed down in the document and they will be doing evaluation. That is too much of dominated. And here modern one, so problem solving oriented, who are actually solving the problem, who are actually useful to the organization and providing more work to the systematic way, they will try to do the appraisal. Here leaders are directional and evaluative leader. They are more of judgmental oriented in the traditional. But here facilitative and coaching, leaders will give the coaching to the subordinates and the employees, and they will be directing properly. They'll be providing a facilities, do this, to take this training, your performance will increase, like that they will do, which is facilitative and coaching. And frequency is the occasional one. Frequency is the occasional one, right? That is traditional appraisal. Occasional one means this type of appraisal will not be done regularly. It is once in a time, occasional. But nowadays, modern appraisal, every month they are taking appraisal, or at least every quarter. Frequently it happens. Formalities are so much kachara formalities used to be there previously. Now it is simplified process. Performance appraisal is very easy because of the modern methods. And here we used to give the rewards to each and every individual who performs well in the previous methods. But now total group appraisals and organizational benefits are going to be there rather than individual benefits. Organizational benefits rather than individual benefits. Next, the human resource planning. In human resource planning, sir, in human resource planning, there is a different way of asking a question has been there in the recent. What was that? Till now we were thinking that only forecasting the demand of a human resources requirement in the organization. We used to have a techniques of demand forecasting, right? But not only the techniques of demand forecasting means how many human resources are required, what type of human resource, which quality of human resources, skilled or unskilled or semi-skilled. So not only that forecasting of a demand, from where you can supply the sources, forecasting the supply of the human resources. Supply, demand, both forecasting will be there, demand and supply. Both forecasting is going to be there. So in the forecasting the demand of a human resources, the consideration they usually take it is that product or a service oriented, means which product the employees are required or which service the employees are required, the technology that we are going to use, financial resources, how much we are able to pay the salary, and how much absenteeism is there presently and how much absenteeism we wanted to reduce. We wanted to recruit the people who don't want to go. Means if you are recruiting and again they are resigning from the company, no sense in it. You should recruit the people who can take and be with the company for a long time. And organizational growth is most important, and philosophy of management always need to follow in recruiting the people. This is to identify the demand. And in this we have a different techniques. The techniques that we usually follow in forecasting the demand is that forecasting the demand, trend analysis will follow, regression analysis, ratio analysis, managerial judgment, Delphi method, and we have other techniques also. This we know already. But the unknown thing is this one. Here, if you look at when you are getting shortage of recruitment, full-time, part-time, and recalls will be there. Balancing the supply and demand will be there. So you need to balance this much supply is there, how much you are demanding. That you need to balance it. Means you have more supply and less demand, means it will not work. Unnecessary investment on the supply. Right here, and the consideration that you will consider for supply purpose means how much supply is available for giving the employees or recruiting the people. So demographic changes, And education of the workforce, what level of education they have, labor mobility, moving from one place to another, government policies, unemployment rate, all these are outside the company consideration, which is determining the supply of human resource. How the laborers are thinking. Laborers are thinking to move to other place or not, or only they are expecting in a resident location only. Like that. So labor mobility, government policies, unemployment rate, so many considerations are there. And in this, we have a techniques, staffing tables, or Markov analysis, skill inventories, management inventories, replacement chart, succession planning. All these are part of the techniques that we use in forecasting of the supply. So when we get a shortage of the recruitment and surplus, which is reduction. Whenever we are in excess now, excess supply is there. We usually remove the people. Excess is there. We usually terminate the people. We will give the demotion. We will retire. Ask them to take the retire. This is whenever extra is there. Whenever we have a shortage, we will recruit the full-time, part-time, and semi-part-time or recall. Many people will try to recruit them. That's part of the human resource planning two model, supply and demand both. Marketing. So there are 5 important marketing concepts: product, production, marketing, sales, holistic. Right? Production. Always we will concentrate on quantity. Always we will concentrate on quantity. That is production. We will give more importance to quantity. Improve the production and distribution, quantity oriented. Product concept. Consumer favor the product that offer most quality. Means here price will be reasonable and everybody will buy. That is highly. We are intended to sell more and more at a lower price. And your production concept will try to introduce the new and new features. Will try to introduce the new features. That is production. Consumer favor the product that is having most highly qualitative. Price also will be high because more quality product like Apple. Selling company, if we do the promotion for this product, selling concept, if we do the promotion for this product, then only they will buy. If you don't do the promotion now, then they will not get to know about your product, not much awareness, they will not buy. Consumer will buy. See, everybody will prefer the Colgate toothpaste. When Dabur as well as the Meswak, other companies also started advertising now, you started buying that product. Is it or not? Without advertisement, will you buy the Meswak? No, sir. Even you will not even get to know about that brand. So your selling concept, they will buy, the consumers will buy only if you do the advertisement. That is promotion part, selling. Whereas marketing means the concept of marketing is simply selling or making the product according to the needs and wants of the customer. So focus on need and wants of the target market, delivering the satisfaction better competitor. Promotion as per the needs as well as wants. Promotion as per the needs and wants is a marketing concept. Next, holistic marketing is nothing but total 360 degree, all the types. Siri will be concentrated. Doing a marketing in all the possible ways. Total every type of marketing will be covered in this holistic marketing. 360 degree of promotion to deliver maximum satisfaction. So that one, Siri will be there in the holistic marketing. Siri means SIRI. SIRI. So what is that SIRI? SIRI. Siri. Siri is a societal marketing, which is nothing but a performance marketing or a societal marketing. Next, internal marketing. Integrated marketing, relationship marketing. Internal marketing, integrated marketing, performance marketing, relationship marketing. So here internal marketing is that marketing department, senior management and other department, internal, company related. Integrated means production, service and the price and channel integrated. Whereas performance or societal marketing is the sales revenue, brand and customer equity, ethics, which are how you are maintaining a relationship with the society. Relationship is customer relationship here. CRM, employees, customers, partners, financial community, all those are there. SIRI, SIRI. Right? And consumer buying processor. What are the factors? Consumer influenced. Buying process and the factors. Both. So here, generally buying decision process in the consumer will follow problem recognition, information search, identification and evaluation of alternative. First, we will identify the problem, for what purpose we are trying to buy the product. Later, we will search for the information and we will also identify and evaluate the alternative as much as possible. And purchase decision finally. So here, identify the problem, information search, various brand we will evaluate, we will make the purchase. After the purchase, post-purchase behavior, which means a sales, service, service of the product, how they are providing the customer service, or if a product repair is coming. That is the general sequence of the purchasing behavior of the buyer, right? And now, purchasing behavior of the buyer. Now, if you look at the factors, there are four category of factors which will influence the buying process. Number one, cultural factor, personal factor, psychological factor, social factor. Right? Cultural factors are culture, subculture, social class. So cultural factors are nothing but culture, subculture, social class. Three are comes under the culture, which will be influencing the buying process. Social factors are reference group, family, roles and status, which is a social factor. Social factor, reference group, family, role and status. This is comes under the social, means a relationship with the society. That will impact on your purchase decision. Personal factors are your own age, what is your occupation, your lifestyle, your personality. That will be a personal factor. And your psychological factors are motivation, perception, learning, attitude. This is a psychological factor. Motivation, perception, learning, attitude, all these are psychological factors. Cultural factors, social factor, personal factors, psychological factors are the respective examples are important, because in the recent examiner they have given which of the following are the psychological factor, like that they have given. Motivation, perception, learning and attitude should be in a position to identify, because sometimes when we are discussing this topic it will be very clear to you. Once you look at the same words in the exam, now you think that psychological can be as a social or can be as a personal also. You will mix up everything. You will apply your own common sense there. Then it will be total waste. Okay. Next, in the marketing now, three types of distributions will be usually there. The three types of distributions are exclusive distribution, selective distribution, intensive distribution. Exclusive distribution is nothing but shopping goods, specialty goods, products requiring installation, specialty good. Here, exclusive means exclusive, selective, intensive. Intensive means wherever you go, it will be available. Everywhere your store, your distribution store is available. Wherever you go. That is, many outlets will be there. Generally for the FMCG product, regular usage, fast moving consumer goods, like a regular kirana shop. Selective means in a selective cities only I will establish. Selectively, suppose every state one outlet, main city or the capital. So very few will be there, like a TV or auto parts computer companies. Prestigious products will be more advantage to the people who are prestigious, who are buying prestigious product. Exclusive means exclusive authorized stores only, like authorized Dell company, authorized Dell service store, or authorized Apple store, authorized, particularly authorized by the company only will set up in the particular city or particular place. Exclusive means very limited, very few, only one or just very few. Direct company only will be dealing with that store. Here middlemen will be there. Here too many middlemen will be, right? So those are here assured. Quality will be personalized, customized. So much of intention to provide everything according to the each and every customer customization. Specific customer, as per their needs, their wants, they will provide the service. That is exclusive, right? And product mix pricing strategies. We have different pricing strategies, but in that product mix pricing strategy. Do hit a like button, guys, if you like the session.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Chalo, sir. So here, mix of the product. Total 5 categories of a pricing is there in the mixing of the product. Product line pricing. Like setting prices across the entire product line. Same product lines are there now. Like a similar product line will have a similar price. Suppose Redmi Note 4, Redmi Note 4, Redmi Note 5, Redmi Note 6. Similar price will be there almost. Only one or more feature is changing, right? So that is same series, which is product line in a similar line of same product. Optional product pricing. So mobile will be there. Mobile plus earphone is optional. Correct now. So if you want to buy the earphone also pricing, they will add this earphone charge and they'll tell you. So these are like accessory to the main gadgets. Price is optional. If you want to buy that optional product also, price will vary. If you don't want to buy, price will reduce. And captive means main product that must be used. That is mobile plus charger. Charger is must now. So we think that charger is coming for free, but charger price is also included in the product. That is captive product. Pricing of the product that must be used. Here optional only. Earphone is optional, but charger is must. That is captive product. Whereas byproduct pricing is nothing but, so with the main product manufacturing, some byproducts will manufacture. So for that, separate pricing will be there. Very low value by the product to get rid of them. To sell it as a scrap, we will keep a low price and to sell it. Right. Product bundling. Product bundling means total buy one get one or buy two get five. Buy two get five, like this will be there now. If you buy 2 biscuit packets of Barbon, you will get one more free. If you buy 4 Santoor soap, you will get one more free. Like that. Bundling means they will bundle the product and keep the price. Total. That's an product bundling or bundling of the product. Next, sir. BCG matrix and Antasoft matrix. In BCG matrix, strategic marketing planning, these are all. So BCG matrix, how many decision matrix it is? 4 decision. How many parameters will be there? How many parameters will be there? Total parameters are going to be 2 parameters. Market growth, market share. So low market growth, low market share, both are low. That is dog, starting point. You don't have, your company don't have much market growth, much market share. Both are low. That is dog. Okay. And here high market share and low market growth. That is cash cow. High market share, high market growth. That is cash cow. And question mark is nothing but high market growth, low market share. Low market share and high market growth is a question mark. Star season, high, both are high. Market share is high, market growth also full high. So that is star situation. Both are high, star, both are low, dog, and share is high, growth is low, dog, sorry, cash cow, and growth is high, share is low, which is question mark. Right, total 4 types of decision making will be usually done. Problem of a child, which is a problem child? Which is a problem child in? Here it will be written where it is problem child here. Question mark is also called as a problem child. Question mark is also called as a problem child. And dog strategy will be used in mature industry. Generally small market share in a mature industry. And your fast growing industry is that star. Cash cow is a large market share with a cash cow is a large market share with a small growth. Growth will be very much small. Yes, question mark will be a problem child. All right. So next is that ANDAS of matrix. This ANDAS of matrix is again more important, just same as the BCG matrix only. Here how many parameters are there? Parameters are two things: existing market, existing product. New market, new product. You can see when our product is already there in the market. Suppose laptop, Dell laptop is there. Dell laptop is the existing market. Who are buying that? So Dell laptop is existing product and you are selling it to existing market only, which are available. That is the market penetration. You are penetrating the market. Market penetration, penetrating the market, which means you are trying to sell your product which is already available in the market. You are selling it to available market only. And this Dell company is producing new type of laptop, which is fully foldable and all. New type of laptop they brought. New product development strategy. That new product also selling it to existing market only. Market is same, but they introduce a new product development. And here, whenever you are entering into new market, actually from the laptop to mobiles, suppose Dell company started manufacturing mobile, then they will enter into mobile market instead of laptop market. So market they are developing with the existing product. They are with the existing product laptop only, they will sell it in a new market. Suppose Dell is selling in India, they'll sell it in China also. Like that, developing their market from the existing market to new market also, they are expanding it. And when they produce a new product, new market. When you are introducing new product, that like a mobile, Dell mobile they are introducing means new product, new development will be there. So new product and new market both are going to be new. That is a diversification. So here, when you are moving from an existing product to new product, now risk will increase. When you are moving from an existing market to new market, now the risk will increase. So risk is increasing when you are moving it to new product and new market both. That is explained by this matrix called as an ANDS of matrix. And in retail format is there. It's nothing but a retail marketing. The retail marketing, we have three types of factors: product factors, location factors, price factors. Retail, so retailers will be the general who are selling it to the final consumer. The retailers categorize based on the product, based on the price, based on the location. Location to normal geographical area. Price based on the price, who can sell at a full price, who can sell at a discounted price, right? And here based on the product assortment, we call it as, whenever retailers are classified based on the product, now that is called as a product assortment. We call this as a product assortment. Product assortment can be narrow or a deep product assortment. Wide, narrow means very, very restricted and deep categorization of product. This is very broad categorization of the product. Hypermarket is also one of them. If you look at the assortment of the product assortment categories, breadth and depth of the product lines. Here, specialty store. Specialty means their specific product only they will sell. They will not sell all the product. Specific product line, deep assortment. Specialty means special product. Only some particular. Suppose the company who is selling it, now I am teaching only to the UGC net. Specifically UGC net means UGC net commerce only I am teaching. That means product line is very much specific. And departmental store, wide variety of product lines are there. Like clothing is available, like a D-Mart it is. Wide variety. Departmental stores are like a D-Mart. Many clothing, home furnishing, household items, groceries, everything will be available. So much different variety of products. Supermarket is also wide variety of food, laundry, household. So departmental stores are somehow large area. Supermarket is somehow low area, small area as compared to the departmental store. Convenience stores are nothing but, these are all highly turnover and convenience goods oriented people. So these convenience store people are generally comes under, which are nearby available to all the consumers. And super stores, large assortment, routinely purchased product, food and non-food products. And category killers are E&S specialty store that carries very, very deep assortment. Category killers, highly deep assortment. They are the leaders in that category. Like First Cry. First Cry is the leader and the category killer in the baby products. First Cry is always, even though New Baby, Born Baby or many other companies are there, but First Cry is always a dominant in the industry. Because they are the category killer. They are entirely taking the share of that baby product category. Right? Hypermarket is a high superstore. Is when the superstore is in a bigger one, that is called as a hypermarket. Understood? Clear? One hour 15 minutes. Session is going good. Okay. Chalo. Let's go to the next topic, which is attacks in marketing. What type of attacks? Strategies. Just looking like a wow. So attacks in marketing. Frontal attack, flank attack, encirclement attack, gorilla attack, bypass attack. Frontal attack means whatever you produce, I will also produce the same. I will compete with you directly. Like how VI, Vodafone and Idea is competing with Jio. You do this, you do this. Like market leader and challenger competing each other continuously. That is frontal attack. Coming in front and attacking directly on the competitors confirm. No back bitching and all. Whereas flank attack means wherever competitor is weak now, we will touch on that points. Wherever our competitor is weak, we are going to hit on that point. That is flank attack. Weakest spots. We are going to attack on the weakest spots of the competitor. Encirclement attack means this is intended to attack the competitor in all the measures, all the possible strength and weakness, attacking in all the ways, like with the kickboxing, total attacking. He is not giving a chance to the competitor to get relaxed. Attacking all the possible ways, encirclement attack. Don't confuse by rounding up. Pokiri dialogue will be there now. Round up చేసి కన్ఫ్యూజన్ చేయకండి. కన్ఫ్యూజన్ లో ఎక్కువ కొట్టేస్తాను, అందరిని కొట్టేస్తాను అంటుండు. That is pokiri dialogue. Encirclement, all the possible strength and weakness he is trying to attack. Gorilla attack is nothing but this particular company will surprise the other competitor company with a surprise marketing. Sudden marketing, sudden surprise, unconventional marketing we call it as. So different new type of marketing strategy they will bring suddenly. Like how Jio brought when they are introducing a new, for a 2 months or for a 3 months or for a 6 months, free internet to you all. That is guerrilla marketing, which is sudden surprise to Airtel, Vodafone, Telenor, Aircel, many companies. Big shock it is. Surprise. Right? Next one. Business mind dialogue. Okay. Is it business mind dialogue? Is it? Next, bypass attack means are a competitor. I will not touch you. You also don't touch me. Wherever the products or services which you are not offering, which you are not concentrating, I will set up that type of products manufacture. Wherever you are lagging, I will concentrate more on that. Right? Wherever you are not concentrating, I will concentrate more on that. That is bypass attack. Where we are not going in a normal highway, we are taking a bypass and going with the end route. With the ORR only we are going. We are not coming into the city. Bypass means unrelated product where it is neglected by the competitor. Now you will take opportunity of doing that business. That is bypass attack. All right, sir. And we have two types of sales promotional tools. We have two types of sales promotional tools. The consumer oriented promotional tools, trade oriented promotional tools. Consumer oriented promotional tools are You are giving a samples to the consumer, coupons, premiums, and any contest you are conducting and giving them a separate rewards, refund, rebate, bonus, price of these, loyalty programs, event marketing. All these are consumer is getting benefited. Trade means when the process of conducting your buying and selling process, you will have this type of promotional tool. Contest, dealer incentives, paid allowances, point of purchase displays, POP, point of purchase, and training programs, trade shows, and cooperative advertising. All these are trade oriented. Contest, dealer incentives, trade allowances, point of purchase displays, training programs, trade shows, cooperative advertising. These are all part of the sales promotion. From the company perspective, this is from the consumer perspective. All right, sir. Next, most and everything is damn shoot. That is why it is 100% shoot series. Now, two topics. Four types of marketing segment. Four types of marketing segment. What is segmentation? What is segmentation? Segmentation means it's a process of categorizing the market, dividing the market into small segments. Dividing the market into small segments based on different bases. The base can be a geographic, the base can be a demographic, base can be a psychographic, base can be a behavior. So every item mentioned under each and every segmentation is more important. Don't confuse, because if you don't remember now, you will make this behavior as a psychological as a geographic as a demographic. Except a geographic, now you will confuse between these three for sure. Many people. Geography means area. You will identify that easily, but these three will confuse a lot. Right? It is psychological or psychographic. Now, if you look at the geographical segmentation based on either south region, north region, or west region, east region, or country size, based on the country size, based on the city size, based on the population, based on the climate that is there, all those are geographical factors. On this basis, we will divide the market into geographical basis. And here, demographic means demographic includes age of the consumer, genders of the consumer, family size of the consumer, family life cycle, their income, their occupation, their education, their religion, their race, their nationality. Based on all these factors, we'll try to divide. That is demographic. Demographic means speaks about the person, speaks about the relatives who are group of the people who are interacting. That is demographic. Psychographic is totally our thought process related, our personality. See, that is why here age, gender, family size, sometimes you will categorize as a personality. Personality means it's fully your own. Here, your all relatives, all the social class people will come. Here also you can see same words that I'm using is contradicting. I am itself, we can't able to differentiate when they given in the question. That is the problem. So social class, lifestyle, personality are the three important classification to be classified as a psychographic code. Here, other than this, will be covered here, demographic. Whereas in behavioral now, how much purchase, frequently purchasing or not, the benefit that you are getting, user status, user rate, loyalty, and readiness. So how much you are using, and repurchase rate or a purchase rate, attitude towards the product. Attitude is a behavior, whereas personality is a psychography. Okay, attitude is a behavior. User status, user rate, loyalty. How much you are loyal to the brand. Based on that, the categorization will be done. Right? So total 4 types of segmentation, sir. Attitude can be changed by analyzing a consumer behavior. Yes. Hello, sir. Let's go to the next topic. Very small topic is there. Done, Michael Porter. WTO principles. World Trade Organization principles. Most important. First of all, we'll look at the WTO most important basic information. World Trade Organization headquartered at Geneva, Switzerland. 1st of January 1995, it is replaced in place of the God, this is replaced, WTO. Right, 1st January. Uruguay round they have created by Uruguay round of 9 years of negotiation, 1986 to 1994. Total 164 member countries are there. 164 member countries are almost having, these 164 countries in the world are dominating 98% of the trade in the world. Right? 197 million Swiss, the budget is available to them. And here, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 Noji 𝐻𝐿𝐴 is a director, head presenter for the WTO. And what are the functions of WTO? If you look at administering the WTO agreement, like agreement on agriculture, phytosanitary agreements, TRIPS and TRIMS, all the agreements will be properly monitored by them. And it will be for a trade negotiation purpose, it will be a forum to discuss handling if any disputes are coming between the countries, one country to other country, international trade, international business. They'll handle them. Monitoring the national trade policies and technical assistance and training for developing countries. Technical assistance and training for developing countries, as well as cooperation with the international organization. Cooperation with the international organization is another. And in this now, when you are cooperating with the IMF or the World Bank, that cooperation is required because other international organizations are there, not only WTO. WTO is related to only trade. It establishes a framework for trade policies but does not define specific outcome. We will not going to put any outcome specifically, but we will monitor it. The WTO will monitor like a CCTV surveillance, setting of the rules for trade. If anybody is violating the trade rules now, they will be taken action under this. Right? And here there are 5 important principles that WTO is having. First, non-discrimination. No discrimination based on the trade of any country. Between the countries should not discriminate based on the trade. No discrimination. All are equal. Reciprocity means place of exchanging a thing for a mutual benefit. I will sell these products to your country, you sell these products to my country. Mutual benefit. So your economy has to grow, my economy has to grow. Like that, countries' reciprocity is being promoted by WTO. WTO is mainly promoting that. And enforceable commitment, like agreement on agriculture, phytosanitary agreement, TRIMS agreement, TRIPS agreement, various agreements they are implementing. GATS also, general agreement on services. So all those commitments which are being implemented, and transparency should be there. It should be accountable and transparently. Everything has to be conducted in a WTO. No scope for lobbying and all. Should not be favored to one country and unfavored to other country. It should be transparent to all in clean and clear manner. Safety valves means whenever any country is facing excessive pressure now by other country trades and all, that can be controlled by WTO action. So automatically it will give a relief. After WTO will enter into the scene and they will take action against those dominating countries or excessive pressure who are putting on the other countries. So that actions will be initiated. This is the basic principle of WTO. Understood? And one more last concept which is related to economy. We have two things, right? Movement along the demand curve. Whenever due to change in price, if the demand is going to change, that will be called as a movement along the demand curve. You can see price 10 rupees and fall down to 5 rupees. So instead of purchasing a 100 quantity, when the price is fall down, you are buying a 200 quantity. When the price is increased to 15 rupees, instead of buying 100, you are buying only 50 quantity. So like means when the demand is increased, it is called as an expansion due to change in price. When the demand is decreased due to increase in price, that is called as a contraction. So movement curve moving rightwards when the demand increases, leftwards when the demand decreases. So this is happening only due to the price change. Movement of demand curve will happen. When due to the price change, movement of demand curve happens, that is extension and contraction of the demand. Other than the price, due to the factors other than the price, like the price of related products, price of the substitute, price of the complementary, or taste and preferences, technological changes, other determinants other than the price. Set it as parameters means everything is going to constant except the price. So price you are changing, but we are not due to the price change. Any other factors are there which are impacting here, and due to that only the quantity demand is changing. If there is an increase in demand, rightward shift will be there. Shift in demand curve will be right side, increase in demand. If there is a decrease in demand, shift leftward. This is a new demand curve will be leftward. Decrease in demand lead to leftward, but not due to the change in price. It is due to the change in other factors other than the price. So shift in demand curve other than the price factors changes, and increase or decrease in demand, and movement along the demand curve is that due to change in price, that is extension and contraction of the demand. Right? That's it, sir. Sure. So here ITR1, there are 7 income tax return forms where we will file our all the documents and related information with respect to total income of our assessee will be submitted for the different source of income. So for the regular people who are covered under ITR1, generally the normal people called as an Sahaj. ITR1 Sahaj, those individuals and HUF assessees who are residents generally having income below 50 lakh, income below 50 lakh, and agriculture income also less than 5,000. Agriculture income should be less than 5,000, and income, total income should be below 50 lakh. Then they are eligible to file under the ITR1. So salary people are eligible, and if you are having only one house property income, then only you are eligible. If you are having more than one house property now, then you will be falling under for third category, right? And your business income should not be there, capital income should not be there, and income from other sources can be there, and lottery income should not be there. So Sahaj people up to 50 lakh of income, Sahaj only, normal people it will be eligible. And can a director of a company eligible to file the ITR1? Director of a company, very good evening. Director of a company is eligible to file ITR1? No, sir. Director of a company not eligible. Director of a company will be falling under ITR number 2. Right? Individual or HUF whose income is more than 50 lakh. More than, here less than 50 lakh. And here house property more than one is there, then in such case also ITR2. And exempted income, agriculture income is also there, but not just the 5,000, more than 5,000 also can be filing under the ITR number 2. Director of the company, key managerial persons of the companies, all are falling under the ITR number 2 only. ITR number 3 for individual or the HUF whose are a partner of a partnership firm. Partner, not the firm. Partner of the firm. So individual HUF, partner of firm. Or else you can say this is applicable for PGBP source of income. Those who are having a profits and gains from business and profession will be eligible to file the ITR number 3. Right? And ITR number 4, SUGAM. SUGAM is for presumptive income. Always remember. SUGAM is for whom, sir? Presumptive income. For a presumptive income people, individual or HUF or a firm who is having a presumptive income means assumed to be a part of the professional income or a business income. So for them, presumptive business income will be ITR number 4 will be applicable. And specifically partnership firm, AOP, LLP, and BOI, AJP, all the other assessees other than the individual and HUF, they can file ITR number 5. ITR number 5. Partner of the firm is ITR number 3. Whereas firm as a partnership firm, ITR 5. LLP, AOP, AJP, as well as BOI, all these are ITR number 5. There should not be any salary income for these people. Next, ITR 6 is for whom? All the companies except the Section 11 company. So Section 11 company is the charitable company. So except that Section 11 company, every company has to file ITR number 6. ITR number 6 is for the company. ITR number 7 is for whom? 7 is for a person who can be a university or a trust, colleges, hospitals, all those non-profit organizations who are covered under 139 4A trust, 4B hospitals and colleges, 4C universities, educational institutions, 4D like that, 4E, 4F, many other who are charitable institution also covered under here. Universities, non-profit organization, every other are covered under ITR number 7. Right? So these are the list of ITR respective forms and their applicability to file that particular returns. Done. So next one, sir. Next one. RTA Act, most important points are there in RTA Act. So straight away they are posing the question, sir. In ITR Act, in RTA Act, Right to Information Act 2005. Basic question they are asking. Look at the questioning area. Simply when Right to Information Act came into force on 12th of October 2005. Can you please mention the date in the chat box? 12th of October 2005. Right? So after the enforcement date, RTI extend to whole of India including Jammu and Kashmir. And RTI apply to public authorities only, not the private. This is a previous year question, misstatement is given. It applies only to the public authorities, means you can apply for the RTI application, you can make application to get the information from the public authority only, not from the private company, not from the private authorities. Right? And all the citizens, this is also a statement in the question, whether all the citizens are eligible. Yes, all the citizens are eligible, not only Indian citizen, every citizen, all the citizens are having a right to information subject to provisions of that. All the citizens, any citizen is eligible. Right? Public Information Officer and Assistant Public Information Officer, PIO, APIO, two members will be there. Right? And your fee will be payable by applicant depending upon the nature of information that you sought. Fee will be payable. And here, fee, how much fee need to pay? For one application 10 rupees. One application, per application 10 rupees. When you are getting information in the hard copies now, per page they will charge 2 rupees. For application, giving application 10 rupees. For getting the information in a hard copy, so for one page they will charge 2 rupees per page. Right? And there are certain exempted disclosures, section 8 and section 9, where certain agencies under the public authorities, even though by law specifically those are excluded from providing the information under this law. They are not, they are prohibited. You cannot get the information from them. Like intelligence and security agencies, CID, who are mentioned in schedule 2 of this RTA Act. And here generally application should be written or electronically also you can make application to Public Information Officer, PIO, or else information, once you make application of within 30 days, generally they have to give the information. Suppose in the recent exam what they asked, you have to give the information within 30 days. But within 30 days, if you are not getting information, it is deemed refusal. Deemed refusal. So deemed refusal means once your application is made, 30 days completed means it is assumed that your application got rejected. But that PIO or assistant PIO is under obligation to inform the applicant why your application got rejected. Why your application got rejected. That information must be there. Information to be provided within 30 days, 48 hours where life or liberty is involved, and when no action is taken in 30 days, the refusal is deemed refusal, but you have to provide why your application is rejected. That reasons has to be provided to them. And if the life and liberty is involved, the information should be provided within 48 hours. Or if you are making application to APIO instead of PIO, then within 35 days, 5 days extra will be given for assistant PIO. Right? And if suppose information is to get it from the third party, how many days extra? After giving a notice to the third party, 10 days extra time will be there. Right? 10 days extra time will be there whenever third party is involved. Means 30 days plus 10 days extra time notice to be given to the third party. Total 40 days will be given. Right? And under the RTI Act, if you look at duties of the PIO, recent question, December I think. Right? So your information is to be supplied by a third party and treated as a confidential. When it is confidential, the PIO shall give a written notice to the third party within 5 days of receipt of application, and the third party need to respond within 10 days. Third party need to respond in 10 days. That is what 40 days total. And here certain agencies are there. PIO rejected, the reasons for rejection, everything need to inform with the appellate authority details. You need to mention why you have rejected, reasons, plus the period in which you can go for the next appeal. If you want, you can go for the next appeal. Within how many days? Mention that period also in the reply. And also mention the appellate authorities to whom we can appeal. Appellate authority details also we need to mention. And the section 8 exemption from the disclosure. Categories of information have been exempted from disclosure under the Act. So, wherever it is affecting the sovereignty and integrity of India, and it is expressly forbidden by the court and tribunal, and it caused a breach of privilege of parliament or the state legislature, commercial confidence and trade secret of any company, or else received in confidence from the foreign government related information, and cabinet papers or the parliament papers, assembly papers, all those things are no need to provide the information as per the section number 8. No need to provide the information. Right? So that's about the RTA Act, most important details. Clear? Done. Chalo, sir. Great. Let's move ahead towards the Contract Act. Some important question, which is this question is related to special contract. You might be thinking that why you are concentrating more on income tax, why you are concentrating more on law, because these are the areas which you ignore usually. People will read accounting too much, they'll read in depth because they are experts in the UG they are studying, no? And they read the economics also. They usually read the financial management, but these things they'll ignore. So, duties and rights of the bailor. So, contract of bailment is a special contract, sir. Contract of bailment. Okay. Contract of bailment. Contract of bailment. Duties of the bailor, duty of the bail. Rights of the bailor, rights of the bail. So, bail means generally what is the bailment contract? A party will give. Suppose I went to a iron person, iron who will do the iron of our dresses now. So, or else I have given my bike to the repair. So yeah, I am giving this my bike. Get the repair done, hand over the goods to me. I will pay the fees. That's it. I am transferring my possession of a goods from my hand to their hand. To get according to my order, you have to do the repair and give it to me. Or else do the repair and give it to my friend, whoever I directed, we need to give. Right? So whenever my goods are there with you, what is I am an owner who is a bailor. The repair person is a bailee. Right? I have to disclose every fault. This engine is not working and the oil is leaking and the air also not there in everything, and look at the brake also. Everything I need to disclose, clear. And bear the expenses. I will pay the expense of repairs. And indemnify the bailee. Indemnify the bailee means what is it? If any loss is incurred due to this, you should be in a position to compensate. Receive. My right is that what is my duty? I should take back my goods when the purpose is accomplished. After that, duties of bailee. What is the bailee duty? That repair person duty. That mechanic duty. Mechanic, what he need to do? He need to take care of my bike. Right? He should not use for his personal use. Correct now? After getting repair now, I will go to this particular very small area only. Here only I will go. 2 kilometers. Without informing us also, they will go. No unauthorized use. Not to mix. Don't mix my vehicle with other vehicles. Keep it separate. Return the goods. Once the repair is done, return the goods to the owner. And return accretions to goods. If any parts are there, that is also should be returned. And not to set up adverse title. Adverse title means don't change that particular title of the good or title of means if it is bike means it should be bike only. Ownership is owner and the owner. You are the just bailey who has to you are having only a possession. You don't have any right to change anything. Right? This is bailey. Now what are the rights available to owner? That is bailor. Rights. I can terminate the bail. But I don't want your contract. You are not doing properly. I'll take my bike and go. Demand the return of goods. I told 2 days means within 2 days you have to give me. Otherwise, whenever I demand, you have to give me. And claim the accretion. If any additional things are there, you can get it. And right against the third party. Because when owner is there, owner can get a right against anyone. He is a universal. Right in rem. Right? Right in person. Delivery. Right? Rights of a bailey. What that mechanic? Mechanic delivery to any of the joint bailers, either to one owner or else to any other owner also you can deliver. Right to compensation, you can get a amount for the repair and claim necessary expenses if any incurred, and action for wrongful deprivation of goods, any action that is initiated, and right of lien also, you can keep the goods with him only. Right? That right is also available. Until the payment is done, you can keep the goods. Next. को पता है regularly there is a question on breach of contract. What is that breach of contract, sir? Breach of contract. What is a breach of contract? Breach of contract. Breach means violation of the contract. You have not executed the contract as per the agreement, as per the agreed terms. Then that will become a breach. Breach can be of anticipatory breach. Breach can be of actual breach. And after breach, after the breach, what are the remedies which are available? So, sir, remedies when you look at now, when you look at the remedies, you can file a case for claiming the damages. The damages can be ordinary damage, special damage, vindictive damage, nominal damage, prefixed damages. Or else second, you can resign the contract, reject it once the breach is done. Or you can file a case for specific performance, means do this one and take my off. Do that activity and I will give the payment first. Ask for the specific performance. And suit for the injunction. Injunction means order. For getting an order, stay order from the court. And suit upon quantum merit. Quantum merit means how much work I have done to you to pay that much amount only. As much as earned. That is called quantum merit. As much as earned. As much as earned. Right? So these are the generally remedies which are available. Now I will show you each and everything because there is a higher possibility to ask a question from this particular areas. So much important. Right? Suit for the damages. Ordinary damage means equal to actual loss. Whatever the damage that you incurred, the loss, original loss is called as an ordinary damage. That much only you claim it. Special damage means the damage specifically due to that non-execution of contract only, the huge loss or a less loss, whatever is incurred to particular party to the contract is a special. Special means as per the terms of the contract, there are special activities to be performed, but it was not performed as per the agreement. So in such case, that special loss of the damage can be claimed. Next, exemplary means granted only in case of a breach of contract to marry. So whenever you are agreed to marry certain person, but you are not married, You are not marrying them. So granted only in case of breach of contract to marry and unjustified dishonor of the check. In two cases, you can claim the exemplary damages. One is marriage, contract to marriage. Second is dishonor of the check, unjustified dishonor. That too. Right. And the fourth one is that a nominal loss. Actually, there is no loss at all. For non-performance or non-execution, there is no loss at all. Unnecessarily doing a drama. That is what nominal loss. Damage for deterioration of caused by delay. Caused by delay means unnecessary delay, due to that only you lost certain contract. So this party has not performed their duty within time of the agreement. Due to that, you lost certain business agreement. So that is what damage is. For that, you can recover from that. Liquidated damage and penalty. Damage equal to loss, then liquidated damages. More that loss than penalty. So actually, liquidated damages means certain you before entering into contract or at the time of entering into contract, it is fixed. It is fixed. If you are not going to perform this, then this much penalty you need to pay. Like that one is a liquidated damage and penalty. If you are not going to perform, this is the penalty. If you are performing, suppose I invited one singer for the concert. I informed and done advertisement across India, and many almost 1 lakh people arrived at a ground. That singer unfortunately can't able to come due to emergency. At the time of executing contract, if you are not going to come now, you are going to pay the entire expense of my concert. You need to pay. That is the penalty. So he has to pay the penalty like that. There is no other option. These are damages. Right. Now second, suit for the specific performance. Where damages are not adequate. When we think that damage, I don't want any penalty, I don't want any compensation. I want your work. You do the work, I will make the payment. No dispute, nothing. No file, no case or nothing. Just do the work and I'll give the payment. I'm ready to do that. That is asking for a specific purpose. And recession means termination, refusals. Even if you wanted to do, I don't want to execute your contract, get out. Like that, rejection. Suit for injunction means order of the court, where a party does something which he promised not to do, or the court may issue prohibit him to do. Suppose some person has made a 𝐎𝐿𝐵 of your land. You went to a court of law. You given a stay order on that. Court given a stay order on that. Stay means don't do any activity in that land. For stopping something, stop in doing something, then injunction order will be given, which is like a stay order, stopping them to do something. Next, quantum merit means as much as earned. How much work I am done, that much payment I am expected to receive. I am having a right to receive. That is quantum merit. Is it clear, sir? Agree? Everybody? Please say yes or no. Now it's a moment for
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Business finance. Practical question is going to ask here. Practical question is possible. Right? So, Walter approach, Gordon approach, Modigliani Miller. We know that we have two types. We have two types, right? Any theories, whether it is a capital structure theory, theories are two types generally. That is relevant, irrelevant. Relevant means which can impact on the value of the firm. And here irrelevant means no impact on value of the firm. No impact on the value of the firm. Indemnify means to compensate, sir. To compensate. Indemnify means. So irrelevant means whether you give the dividend or not give the dividend. No change in the value of the firm. If you give the dividend, there is a different change in the value of the firm. If you don't give the dividend, then value of the firm will be different. So due to the dividend or capital structure decision, value of the firm will be changing. Due to the decision of the dividend or the capital structure, no change in the value of the firm. That is irrelevant. Irrelevant whether it is generally capital structure or anything, dividend, MM will be always. Modi, Gilani and Miller is always a relevant fellow. Right? And the relevant is that in the dividend theories, Myron Gordon and Walter. Gordon and Walter. Myron Gordon and Walter are the two things. Here, if you look at Walter approach, Walter approach, in every approach, we have to calculate the theoretical market value, sir. We are trying to identify the value of the firm. That's the final destination of theory with respect to dividend. So when you issue the dividend, by taking a dividend into consideration, we should calculate the value of the firm or the market value. Right? When you are not giving a dividend, how the impact will be? That we are going to see. See, as per the Walter approach, theoretical market value, dividend plus earnings minus dividend. Dividend plus earnings minus dividend multiplied by R divided by KE. So here dividend plus E minus D into R by KE whole divided by KE. Whole divided by KE. If you look at dividend per share plus earning minus dividend is nothing but retained earnings, sir. Retained earnings. Correct now. This is going to be retained earnings into internal rate of return divided by KE, cost of equity, whole divided by cost of equity again. That is a general formula for the Walter. If you look at same for the Gordon almost, but in Gordon growth and without growth, two things will be. When it is with the growth, the market value equal to or the market price equal to dividend 1. The current year, the expected rate of dividend, expected dividend of the next year is D1. D0 is the current year, D1 is next year dividend. Divided by KE minus G. If you do this solving also without growth, the same will come. Here, when the growth is there, minus growth we will do. From the cost of equity, minus growth. And when no growth is there, D1 simply divided by KE. That is Gordon approach. They will give D1, they will give cost of equity, they will give, they'll ask you to identify P. Both the cases. Or else, they may give growth, cost of equity, and the price. They'll ask you to identify D, dividend. So they will give one missing figure. They'll give all the remaining information and one missing figure will be there. You should be in a position to identify the answer. Either this or this. Never ever they'll ask a practical question for you. Not possible because that is not going to solve in 1 minute. Right? When dividends are not paid, approach. When dividends are paid, approach. When dividends are not paid now, expected market price of the next year equal to current year price plus 1 plus KE. When no dividend, there is no dividend, you can see. Whenever you are paying the dividend, price of the next year equal to current year price P0, 1 plus KE multiplication minus D1 you are doing, minus D1 means dividend of the next year you are deducting it. So technically you can write P0 if you want, current market price you want to identify. P1 and this D1 will become plus over here. P1 plus D1, price of the next year plus dividend of the next year divided by 1 plus KE in the denominator. All right, sir. Next, once you have identified without dividend, with a dividend, the market price, then you should go for a new investment. When you are going to procure the new investment from the public, how many new number of shares is to be issued at this market price which you calculate? That is interest. I is an investment, not interest. I is an investment. The new investment that you require minus earning minus dividend, EPS minus DPS. From the investment you are deducting the difference. So simply actually from the investment you are deducting the retained earnings. How much amount already available with you that you are removing? E minus D means EPS minus DPS is the retained earnings, right? Keeping with you only. So you want 1,50,000, but already 50,000 are there with you as a retained earnings. You should remove that. All divided by P1 that you calculated here. P1. Right, then you get how many number of new shares is to be issued for new investment. Then that number of shares will be multiplied with the price. You will get market value of the next year. That's it, sir. This is Walter Gordon approach. Simple way of representation, everything in one box. Right? And conditions of R versus K. Internal rate of return, cost of equity. See, this is a previous year question. This box, green color. Look at carefully. When a company is a growth company, fully growing company, when internal rate is more than, in the growth company, internal rate is more than the cost of equity. That is why rate of return is more than the cost. It is in growth. Correlation between the size of a dividend means amount, how much dividend is to be issued, and market price will be negative. Why negative? When you are more growing now, more return you will get. But when you are growing now, no company will be interested to give the dividend because already they have an investment. Why they are interested to give more dividend? They wanted to share with the public, but not in the form of the dividend. Whenever they are earning more profits now, usually it is minimum responsibility to share the profit. That is as part of dividend. But when they are in growth, relationship between the amount of dividend and market price will be inversely related. And in such case, company will think about not to give dividend because dividend will be given to attract the more new investors right now. Whenever we are falling down, we want to attract a new investment so that we can increase our company growth. Already we are in growth stage only. Why we will even think about the dividend? Right? Dividend payout ratio generally be 0. And when return is equivalent to cost, no correlation and optimum payout ratio will be given. And here when the company is falling down, now you require investor support. Here, the more the dividend that you give, the good name in the market you will get. The brand image will increase. Every investor will look at you to invest more and more. Right? That is 100% dividend will be best decision here. Next. Topic done.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow.
Do hit a like button, guys.
Just looking like a
Please share with your friends also.
Just looking
If you don't like the
a
session,
wow.
you can hit a dislike button and unsubscribe to the channel. If you like it, you can subscribe. That is why I am playing, sir. So, in statistics, there is a word always comes called as an independent of origin, independent of the scale, dependent of origin, dependent of the scale. Like, what is origin? What is scale? First, before explaining remaining, what is origin? What is scale? Later we can think about again. Origin means if you do addition or if you do subtraction for any value. if you do addition, if you do subtraction, the final outcome will be affected. Then we can say dependent of origin. And if you do addition or subtraction for any value, then final outcome is not changing, no impact. Then we can say independent of origin. Dependent means outcome is changing, independent means outcome is not changing. Like same way, if it is scale now, multiplication and division. This scale means multiplication and division. So this multiplication and division means it can be a dependent on scale or independent on scale. Means due to multiplication and division, the final outcome is changing means dependent, not changing means independent. So like that in a statistics we have measures of central tendency first. Three measures of central tendency is there: mean, median, mode. And dispersion is also there. Dispersion is also there. And skewness is also there. Correlation, regression, covariance. Right? Origin, plus and minus, scale, multiplication and division. Great. So here in the measures of central tendency, which is mean, median, mode, dependent of the origin plus scale, means whatever you do for the mean, for existing mean, if you do addition, then outcome also will be increased by same. If you do the subtraction, outcome also will be deleted by same. If you do the multiplication, outcome also will be same. If you do the division, outcome also will be changed by same division. For the mean, median, mode, three things dependent on both, right? Range is independent of the origin and dependent of the scale. Range means independent of the origin, dependent on the scale, which means in the range, if you do addition and the subtraction, no effect, nothing, range will not change. But for the range, if you do the multiplication and division, it will depend. So for the range and absolute measures, it will be same. Absolute measure means mean deviation, quartile deviation, standard deviation. It will be same, independent of origin, dependent on the scale. Right? What if it is a coefficient of mean deviation? Means relative measures. Coefficient of mean deviation, coefficient of quartile deviation, coefficient of standard deviation. It is ulta to the regular measures. Ulta to the means absolute measures and relative measures are ulta, which is dependent on the plus and minus, that is origin. If you do the plus and minus, then it will be changing. But it will be not changing if you do the multiplication and the division. Alright. And when it comes to the skewness, skewness is also dependent on the origin, independent on the scale. Dependent on the origin, independent on the scale. Means range and absolute measure is same. Relative measure and skewness is also same. Alright, relative measures and skewness is also same. Now, correlation and regression. The one and only hero, sir, in the total entire thing, only one hero which is independent of origin and scale, both. That is correlation coefficient. Out of all, only one hero, correlation not impacted by the plus, minus, division, multiplication. This is the most important point you need to remember. When it comes to regression, independent of the origin, dependent on the scale. Means it will not be impacted by plus and minus, it will be impacted by multiplication and division. Covariance also same. So when you conclude it now, I can draw two things here. Number one is that, number one, range, absolute deviation, regression, covariance are same. Correct? Range, absolute measures and covariance, regression are same, independent and dependent. As well as relative measure and skewness, relative measure and skewness is also same. Relative measure and skewness is same. And finally, measures of central tendency is also same. If you can group it, the groups, easy for you to remember. Everybody please clap for Dhruti as well as Meher's learning together and Lakshmi Nair mainly. Lakshmi Nair. 3 members. Right? Important note that correlation is the only measure which is independent from the both origin as well as scale. Correlation is the only measure like. And one more topic then. Hero. You are saying everything is a hero. Right? ये तो 100% true topic ना. So everything is a hero. Cannot take anything light. Those topics only added here. Right? So let's go. Sum of these squares total SSC. Sum of these squares regression, sum of these squares error. So technically this is not in our syllabus, but they're asking a question. October 2022, there is a question. October 2022. The recent June and December not there, but October 22. Sum of the squares total means SSC. It is denoted by SSC. Just remember this formula they are there. But we don't know the formula, na? That is why we will get scared by looking at them. When we know, it will be easy for you. So sum of the squares equal to sum of the squares error plus regression. Sum of the squares total equal to sum of the squares error plus sum of the squares regression. Three things. Right? Here, y is an average values of x is a dependent variable, y is an independent variable. So here, from the dependent variable difference and their sum is an SST. And here y bar is an average. Y bar is an average of dependent variable. Y cap is there, no, like this. Y cap. What does it mean? Estimated value of the y. So when you estimate that dependent variable and dependent variable estimate their sum square, as well as dependent variable estimate and dependent variable average. Here average and estimate difference and their sum. Here original dependent variable and their estimate sum square. So finally, sum of the squares of regression. What is regression? Identifying the dependability is called as a regression. How one variable is depending on the other is a regression generally. So here estimate and average of a dependent variable and their sum. Both are dependent variable. But this is dependent variable average, this is a dependent variable estimate. This is a dependent variable estimate, this is a dependent variable directly, y. Right, this is a dependent variable and its average. Three things are there. Clearly, SSP is equal to SSE plus SSR. Sum of squares error plus regression. Right? So, sum of the differences between predicted estimated value and the dependent variable is called as an sum of the regression. And the error is the difference between observed value, that is y, and the predicted value, that is y cap. And here only R square formula will come, sir. R square, adjusted R square. Did you listen? R square and adjusted R square. R square, adjusted R square asked in the 2022 December, but this SSC is asked in the October. So here SSR, that is sum of the squares of regression divided by sum of the squares of total. Sum of the squares of SSR divided by SST is equal to R square formula. Just remember this. Now adjusted R square. What is adjusted R square? Sir, I am telling you, nowhere you will get these concepts in this concise way. That is my guarantee. In my session now, generally in our learners, maybe in free classes we can find in live session maybe less members or we are not that much top also. But quality wise, I feel I am the best. I am the best with respect to examination. Examination quality, that much top quality we are going. It is not about gathering the members and making some regular topic which are not even appearing in the session. So adjusted R square. adjusted R square. Adjusted R square means R square is actually a not perfect one. So to be more precise, we have to refine that R square. That refining of R square is called as an adjusted R square. Adjusted R square. So here, if you look at this two statement, R square measures how much total variability. R square explains how much total variability. SXR, regression divided by SST, which is total variation. Right? That is R square. Multiple regression analysis, generally multiple regression analysis will always be a better than linear regression analysis. Linear means only single. Multiple means many things. Right? This is because each additional variable that you add, explanatory power may increase. That is, this power will increase, the square. When you are adding more variables into it, automatically it will increase the power. Right? In the adjusted R square, it considers exactly, it means how much total variability. Here, how much total variability? Same. Here also, how much total variability? R model explained considering the number of variables. Here only one variable, sir. Here only in the R square, only one variable possible. In adjusted R square, multi-collinearity. In adjusted R square, multi-collinearity because multiple regression model adjusted R square. Single linear regression model is R square. Multiple regression model is adjusted R square. When you are introducing more variables, multiple regression analysis, that is multi-collinearity, adjusted R square will work. When you are having only one variable, then R square will be sufficient. Right? So adjusted R square is always a smaller. Adjusted R square is always a smaller than the R square, as it penalizes the excessive use of variables. You can see adjusted R square, which is R bar square, R bar it is. This is adjusted R square. This adjusted R square always less as compared to the regular R square. Right? Done. Topic done. Now, there are parameters in the linear regression and linear model of regression. In the linear regression model, the parameters are the features of linear regression model. Linear regression model features. Just remember the features with the name. Like linear in parameters. Linear in parameters. Constant parameters will be there. And no perfect collinearity. Means in the sample, no independent variable is constant, nor a perfect linear combination of the others. So no linear combination is possible, or no perfect collinearity. No perfect collinearity. Next, zero conditional mean is the third one. Conditional mean is zero mathematically in the expression. And homoscedasticity. Homoscedasticity means variance of U1 is same for all. Right? Homoscedasticity is another feature of linear regression model. No serial correlation. In the sequence wise, you cannot expect a correlation, and normality will be there. Just type the features because this is actually advanced topic. If you know the features, that is more than sufficient. The question which was asked in December, so October 2022 is that, which of the following are the features of linear regression model? So which of the following is not a features of linear regression? Answer was multi-collinearity. That's it. Answer is multi-collinearity. Because there is no perfect collinearity, sir. How can you say that multi-collinearity is a feature of the multiple regression model, not the linear regression? That is the answer. That's it. So features are linear in parameter, no perfect collinearity, zero conditional mean, homoscedasticity, no serial correlation, normality. That's it. Also similar. If you look at the difference between multi-collinearity and linear collinearity, here it examines the linear collinearity means only one dependent variable, one independent variable, one dependent variable will be there. Whereas logistic collinearity, so it will calculate only the probability, like yes or no. Here, one or more independent variables one or more independent variables, how it is impacting on the dependent variable. Right, nature of dependent variables. Dependent variables should be continuous in linear, and independent variables should be at any level of measurement. Here, multiple dependent variables should be continuous. Here also, here also. And here also, independent variable will be based on the levels of measurement. And here, if you look at curve, this is a straight line, sir, because linear now. This is an S curve. Logistic model of regression is an S curve. And here, multiple regression model, linear regression model, both are straight line only. Both are straight line. Right? And here, it assumes that distribution is a normal distribution or a Gaussian distribution. And here, binomial distribution in the logistic model. Here also, normal or Gaussian distribution will be used. For the dependent, normal or Gaussian distribution in both multiple and linear. But in the logistic, it is binomial distribution because only two variables. Yes or no? By means two, binomial distribution. Right? And here, it requires a linear relationship between one dependent variable, one independent variable only relationship. Here, no relationship is required, sir. No linear relationship is required in the logistic model. If yes is means yes, no means no. Between yes and no, is there any relation required? No. That is logistic model. And independent variable should not be correlated generally. Independent variable should not be correlated with a dependent variable. That is not required here. But here, independent variable no need to correlate. Higher correlation among the independent variable may affect the relationship between the independent. So if you are having more big correlation or else higher correlation is there, it will impact on the relationship between the dependent and independent. Just remember this as an additional knowledge. If you get any question now, like in linear regression model, which of the following distribution will be used? Binomial distribution, normal distribution, or else Poisson distribution. We will choose the binomial distribution in linear. Out. Whether it is linear or multiple, Gaussian or the normal distribution. In the binomial will be used only in the logistic distribution. Right? So, as the logistic distribution is the question, let's discuss that 4 types of distribution, June 2023 questions. What is 4 types of distribution here? Pareto distribution, Poisson distribution, log normal, which is a logistic distribution, and exponential distribution is also there. So Pareto distribution, it speaks about power of log. Whenever income distributed or wealth distribution or the distribution of city of populations, in such case Pareto distribution will be useful. So can you please type, which I told in the last slide, can you please type linear, logistic and linear, logistic as well as multiple regression models. The 3 regression models, what other probability distributions will be used? Please type it. I will get to know whether you are following or not. Linear or multiple regression. Super. Now, Pareto distribution. Sir, one simple layman question I'm asking. Do you know 80 is to 20 rule there in the Pareto? Or else I will tell you this way, you agree or not, you tell 80%. Just remember, I'm giving one statement. Is it true or not? You tell. 80% of the total, 80% of the, you can say, property holded by the 20% of the rich people. 80% of the property holded by the 20% of the top people. Is it true or not? Yes, 80% of income of a country, 80% income of a country is holded by the 20% of the top people. True or not? The question. Yes. On that only this Pareto law will work. Suppose on that only it will work. Even if I put 80% of my hard work, my effort, my time and all, I may not get the output. I will get only 20% output. But 20% of people now, they'll put their hard work, time and hard work, everything, they'll put their effort, they will be 80% success. So like that, the differentiation of this majority and minority relationship is being explained by the power. Means the power that you hold, the power that you have to dominate with a less percentage. The power is that 20% rich people are dominating or earning an income throughout the country, 80% of income earned by 20% of people only. That explanation is given by the Pareto. Simply. Pareto, income distribution wise, wealth distribution, property distribution, population wise, you can take anything. Poisson distribution means identifying the how many number of events, daily how many road accidents are happening in a particular national highway, daily how many patients are getting a heart attack, daily how many are getting hospitalized due to fever, or daily how many people are going to hospital, or daily how many people are going to temples, like how many, the number of events identification done by the Poisson distribution. Next, log normal distribution. It's a random variable. Whole logarithm will be there here. Logarithm will be there here. Like in the financial market, even in the YouTube also. YouTube also logarithm will be there. How it will work? The log normal distribution will be used for modeling of the stock exchanges. And the exponential distribution describes the time between the events and the Poisson process. Time between the events and the Poisson process generally comes under the exponential distribution. Exponential distribution. Actually, Poisson distribution is an very much practical. Very much practical. So to identify the reliability, which of the following distribution will be used? To identify the reliability, can you please answer? Exponential distribution means it will tell about something. Suppose one product is there. One product is in the, we launched it. It will go from the introductory stage, growth stage, maturity stage, and final declining stage. But we actually has not went to declining stage. In the maturity stage only we are able to identify really are we going into the declining stage or not. But we have not reached to that much level. But we are feeling that reliability check will be done by the exponential distribution. So statistics related next part I will go, but more of statistics will get you bored. Right. That is why I'll take a break and come back to the international business now. International business. Hello, sir. Let's get into the topic, international business. Right. So first, balance of payment. What is balance of payment? What is balance of payment? Generally, BOP is a statement, financial statement of a country. Correct? Huh? For a country, how much inflow is there, how much outflow is there. Inflow and outflow, the country has to balance. So it's a statement which is recording inflow of the country, country inflow items and outflow items is called as a balance of payment. Inflow equal to outflow as per the balance of payment. Balance of payment generally has to equate, which will balance the inflow and outflow. But balance of payment never ever be balanced in reality. This is only theoretical framework. Theoretically, it will balance in on the books only. In practicality, it will never balance. It is not at all possible to balance. Highly impossible. Right? So here, for this purpose, now we have two types of account. Current account is there, capital account is there. Current account and capital account. Capital account is of investment and means asset related to assets and liability is called as a capital account. And related to regular daily transactions are current account. In current account, we have a visible item, invisible item. Goods is a visible, import and export of a goods. Trade in services is an invisible item. So invisible, services are invisible. We can only experience it. We can't touch and taste it. We can only experience it. Like trade in services, investment income, non-factor income, factor income will be there in trade in services. Investment income are insurance and information technology services we are providing. And export and import of goods is a visible one. Next, there is a unilateral transfers will be there. Unilateral means only one-sided transfer. Unilateral transfers. Unilateral or transfer payment. Only one-sided. So gifts are remittances or the grants. One side only. We are taking a gift or we are sending a gift. Either way, only one side. It will not be having double transaction. It's without any consideration. Right? And here, when it comes to the capital account, related to assets and liabilities. Investments will be there like a foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. Means foreign institutional investors. FIIs, FDI, foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment. Investment in physical venture, investment in normal. And external borrowings are external borrowing, short-term debt. External commercial borrowing will be a short-term debt. Generally, external commercial borrowing will be a short-term debts. Generally, we are taking a loan from other countries or we are giving a loans to. Or we are purchasing the asset, or we are selling the asset. Could be anything. And external assessment means getting a funding from the government, right? Government subsidies and government bilateral loan. You are giving and taking a loan. So that transactions also external assistance. Right? There is a account called as an official reserve account also. Official reserve account. This official reserve account generally a part of the capital account, sir. So no need to prepare separately. Official reserve account will be generally a part of the capital account. Reserves will be maintained. The difference between the capital and current account called as an official. So generally, I told that balance of payment will be only in theory. It is not going to be LR practical, right? Now, question is that Whenever balance of payment, both inflow and outflow both are equal, the debit is equal to credit, then it is balance of payment. Debit is more than the credit, then debit is more than the credit means it is surplus. Deficit. When the credit is more, it will be surplus. When the debit is more, it will be deficit, right? So that deficit or surplus situation is a disequilibrium of the balance of payment, right? What are the measures which are available for correcting this BOP disequilibrium? Either deficit or surplus situation is there, but how to correct them? Government is having two category of measures. One is deliberate measures, one is automatic measures. Automatic means with the demand and supply forces are the market forces or the economic forces which are happening naturally in the economy. With that itself, it will automatically adjust it. Government no need to initiate anything. It is an auto adjustment of balance of payment. Whereas monetary measures, miscellaneous measures will be there. Monetary measures means contraction or expansion of the monetary policy will be there. You will initiate the contraction or expansion, devaluation or revaluation of the currency value, and exchange control, and also incentive for foreign remittances. You are giving more discounts to get the inflow from the foreign income. You have to get the income, but they are not paying it. So if you give them more 10% discount, 20% discount to get the earlier. Or import substitute. Instead of importing from other country, the same product we can produce, we can manufacture in India itself, so that we can substitute the import with our product, right? So that our outflow will come down. Our outflow will not be much because people will buy here only in India of the same product which they are importing from others. So these are the monetary measures to reduce the BOP deficit or the surplus. Miscellaneous are taking a foreign loans or giving a foreign loans. Incentives for a foreign investment, asking them to invite or inviting them to invest in India, like FDA or FPI. And tourism development also, so that tourists will visit to India to look into various parts of the India. Right? So all these are going to be a deliberate and miscellaneous measures of disequilibrium correction. And there is a concept called as dumping. Dumping. Recent June question. Dumping. Right? Are you all following? Session is interesting. Or you want me to stop the session? Either way, it is fine.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
चलो. So dumping. What is dumping? Dumping का मतलब क्या है? Dumping is generally while determining export price for international trade. Exporting country, that means suppose India is exporting to Australia. Exporting country will reduce their price. Will try to sell at a lower price to foreign country. We are selling at 100 rupees in India, same product. When you are exporting, we are exporting at 70 rupees only to other country. So selling at a lower price to other country to destroy the local competition. Here, dumping is exporting country drop the selling price to destroy the local competition in that country. In that country, to destroy the local competition, we will sell it at a low price. Later, where there is no local competition, they will raise the price. Suppose there are no producers are available for our product, will increase the price later. Right? Chinese manufacturer sells the mobile to US at a $200. In China, that is $350. But when they are exporting to other countries, that is 200. Production cost of this mobile itself is $250. But they are exporting it to $200 on it. Loss they are exporting. So here, due to this now, the producers in the US, the competitors, they will get locked by this company. Because the producers of this particular US companies, they have to reduce the price. Because he is coming out at only $200 easily. They'll always buy that product. Right? And there are 4 types of dumping, sir. Periodic dumping, predatory dumping, persistent dumping, reverse dumping. What is periodic dumping? It is practiced if the company has large unsold inventory. Means we have produced 10,000 mobiles in India. But demand is there in India only for 8,000 mobiles. 2,000 mobiles are in stock only, which is unsold. 2,000 mobiles are in stock only, which is unsold. That 2,000 mobiles unsold, we are trying to reduce the price to export to other countries. To export means to sell the unsold stock, to sell the inventory which is unsold, to remove the stock, excess stock which we produced in India. To remove that, we are reducing the price to sell it in other country. That is periodic, temporary in nature, not all the time possible. Temporary in nature. Right? Predatory dumping means it is where a company regularly sells in foreign market at a lower price. So predatory dumping is nothing but when a company regularly sells in foreign market at a lower price. That means regularly sells in a foreign market at a lower price is a predatory dumping. So it is where a company regularly sells in foreign market. Foreign market means continuously we are selling at a lower price in other country market. Continuously. It is long term. Predatory. But predatory intention is to kick out the competitor from the market. Illegal in India. Not allowed. But intention is to kick out the market. So when you are selling at a lower price continuously, now market low business, sorry, small business people will go out of the market. They can't survive. They can't survive. Suddenly Jio come up with a low price in India, free internet, which is unlimited internet is there. Because of the AXL out, Uninar out, many of these small companies are out and they mess with the big companies. That is predatory. Whereas persistent means this is more permanent as compared to the predatory. This is more long term, more permanent in nature. And where sales are consistently selling at a low price, more longer period of time as compared to the predatory. That is persistent means consistent in nature. And reverse dumping means ulta dumping, sir. Ulta dumping, reverse dumping. Company dumps in home market while selling at a higher market. India, you will sell at a low price. And in foreign market, you will sell at a high price. That is what ulta dumping, which is reverse dumping. Ulta dumping, reverse dumping. Right? Imposing a tariff duty or importing a quotas or import embargo, import tariff duty, voluntary export restraint. We have now tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers are there. Those are the barriers will be acting like to stop this dumping process. To stop these unfair trade practices like a sporadic dumping, predatory dumping, persistent dumping, reverse dumping activities, we have tariff barriers, anti-tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers also there, which is anti-dumping measures. And there is one small chronology, memory-based chronology there. The recent December examination they asked, which is conducted in March. Look at, sir. In this WTO, World Trade Organization is there now. There are rounds of negotiations of WTO, World Trade Organization. There have been a total 9 rounds started from the 1947. They given 4 or 5 rounds, names, and they asked us to arrange in a chronology as per their occurrence. The year, based on the year, we have to arrange them. So there is a possibility again. In this only total 9, they given 4. Now there is a possibility of remaining also. No? Geneva round, which is happened in 1947. Annecy round 1949. Turquoise round, which is September 1950. Geneva second round is in 1956. After this, 1947. Dividend round September 1960. Kennedy round May 1964. And Tokyo round September 1973. And Uruguay round September 1986. Actually, because of Uruguay round only, the GATT is replaced by the WTO. Previously, it was General Agreement Tariff and Trade. That is renamed as a WTO because of the Uruguay round. 1986 to 1994, almost at 9 or 10 years of negotiations, the WTO is replaced in place of the GATT. Last one, November 2001, Doha round. Doha round. Remember this chronology, sir. Geneva, Annecy, Turquoise, Geneva 2, Dillian, Kennedy, Tokyo, Uruguay, and Doha round. Is it clear? Hello? Excuse me. Next, theories of international trade, sir. Matching question, matching. This is same like a ATG deductions are there, na? ATC deductions. So this question is also regular in the matching. Matching they ask regular. So we have classical theories and modern theories here. Classical theories are mercantilism international theory given by the Thomas Moon. Absolute advantage theory given by the Adam Smith, 1630-1776. 1817 comparative advantage theory given by the David Ricardo. 1919 factor endowment theory, which is also called as an HO theory, Heckscher and Ohlin model. 1919 chronology wise 1, 2, 3, 4 same. Right after that, 1961 country similarity theory given by the Stephen Linder. Modern theories. Product life cycle theory 1960 given by the Raymond Vernon. And global strategic rivalry theory Paul and Kevin 1980. Recent one Porter national competitive advantage theory 5-force model, which is Michael Porter 1990. Right? Remember this. Remember these theories. Most important. Authors, they are asking. Mercantilism, Thomas Moon. Everybody please try to type in the chat box. Mercantilism, Thomas Moon, absolute advantage, Adam Smith, comparative advantage, David Ricardo, factor endowment, Heckscher and Ohlin, country similarity theory, Stephen Linder, product life cycle theory, Raymond Vernon, global strategic rivalry theory, Paul and Kevin, and Porter national competitive advantage theory given by the Michael Porter. Do hit a like button, guys, if you like the session. And do hit a dislike button and unsubscribe button if you don't like the sessions. Right? And related to it, one more thing is also there. Porter competitive advantage. Sir, we will discuss that also. Tomorrow, all these points are going to cover, sir. Porter advantage. Michael Porter diamond model is there. Most important, Michael Porter diamond model. So whenever Michael Porter comes na, you remember only one thing. Michael Porter will come for the competition. He always talks about the competition between the industries or the company. He always talks about the competition, sir. So Michael Porter diamond model or the competitive. Michael Porter competitive advantage theory. 4 factors are there. It looks like a diamond now. Diamond. That is why 4 factors are. 4 factors are there. Demand condition, related supporting industries. Factor condition, demand condition, firm strategic structure and rivalry, related and supporting industries. See, being a competitive, when we are doing a business, in order to cope up with the competition, we have to consider first ourselves. What are the factors? Means resources are available with us. Whether it is a national resources, or special skilled worker with us, or stability, or the culture that we are maintaining, those factors means which are available with us. And which are available with the competitor, you check with the resource. Once the resource is checking that, go for the demand condition. So when we are selling it, what is the domestic behavior of the people and outside country? Because this is the international trade theory, no? Domestic market behavior for the same product, what is the foreign market behavior? And market preference, you wanted to domestic or the foreign country? And what client value, what actually the customer, you are giving a benefit or the value, and strength of the demand. You have a strength of the demand to meet the foreign demand, to meet the domestic demand. Which strength do you have? So that is demand condition, right? Factor condition and the demand condition. Next, the firm strategic structure or the rivalry. Firm strategic structure or the rivalry. How competitive is going to behave? Means rivalry means opposite. Opponents, how are they behaving? What is their vision? What is their mission? What is their strategy? And what strategies they are using? How their organization structure? How our organization structure? How they are competing with us and how we are competing with them. And what terms? Is it terms of quality or the quantity of sales or the market strategy wise or the customer base wise or the customer value wise, and what basis we are competing? So that is we have to analyze the rivalry. And we need to take the support of industries, related industries, number of companies, specialized, who are specialized related to our business, number of suppliers. So which supplier that competitor is having, and for us, which supplier, what quality they are providing as a supplier, and what quality our suppliers are providing. Means we have to take the help of supplier, distributor, warehouse, and wholesalers. Many people support only we can do the business. Without their support, we cannot do the business. So here, all these factors only will create a perfect competitive edge over the other competitors. That's what the competitor, Michael Porter competitive model. Let's get started with respect to deduction from the gross total income. So generally, after calculating all the things, after calculating income from all the heads of income from house property, salary, PGBP, and income from capital gain and other sources. After that, we'll add all from that. Deductions will be taken up. Deductions will be taken up. Final total income will be the total. Right? So here deduction from the gross total income in respect of the payment. In respect of the payment, in respect of the income, in respect of the other income, in respect of the other deductions. So I'll just go one by one. You just, because there is always a damn sure question, list 1, they'll give deduction sections, ask us to match with the list 2. So that is the regular question which is there. But I will tell you this time which you can expect, because there is amendment, guys. So EITE is there now. Here, EITE. Interest on loan borrowed for acquisition of a self-occupied property by an individual. Actually, this EITE now, EITE new section is also introduced. EITEA. As per EITEA, same interest on loan borrowed for acquisition of capital. Previously it was only 50,000 limit of deduction. Now under the new section of EEA, it is 1,50,000 deduction is available. 1,50,000 deduction is available. This is, you need to concentrate. EIT, EE, EEA. EE is a old one, EEA is a new one. Those who are taking a benefit of EEA should not take a benefit of EE. So either this or that only one. Based on the eligibility, they will check it out. Right? First one, EITC for if you are donate or if you are contributing to Provident Fund or else LIP, which is LIP and life insurance policy, and Provident Fund or a PPF or anything, if you are doing that contribution, then under EITC maximum 1,50,000 you can claim. EIT triple C is for a pension fund. EIT CCD is for pension scheme of the central government, NPS, National Pension Scheme. These three put together maximum how much, sir? 1.5 lakh will be the limit. 1.5 lakh, ATC, CC, triple C, CCD also. And there is additional deduction to the senior citizen, 50,000 additional apart from this 1 lakh related to Atal Pension Yojana or National Pension Scheme. All right, sir. Next, if you look at here, EIT D for medical insurance premium. D for medical insurance premium. DD for dependent disease. See, those who are dependent disabled, DD. Medical treatment of dependents who are disabled actually and dependent on our assessee. And DDB, dependent disease benefit. You can see medical treatment of a specified diseases. DDB is for specified diseases. EIT E for education, higher education purpose. If you take a loan, on that if you are paying interest, that interest will be allowed as deduction fully. And here EIT EE already done, EA done. EIT G for in respect of a donation that you are contributing to Pradhan Mantri like Prime Minister Relief Fund or else Chief Minister Relief Fund or else Jawaharlal Nehru Relief Fund. Those types of organizations are there. If you are donating to them, you can get. And charitable institutions also, church, mosque as well as temples. If you are donating for a family planning based on the ABCD category, you will get the deduction. GG most important, sir. Recently June question. EIT GG, if you are paying a rent, either HRA will be there now, that will be deducted over here. Either 10, 13A the salary or this one. Only one you can able to claim, not both. Right? GGA is for scientific research purpose, GGA. GGB is for contribution given by the companies to political parties, by company to political party. GGC for any other person other than company to political party. So these four were asked in June examination, June 2023. Left side 80 GG, GGA, GGB, GGC is given. Finally, wrong matching is given. Question is dropped. Right. With respect to incomes, EIT 𝐻𝐸. Right. Employment of a new employees. RRB, royalty and patents. QQB, royalty and income for the authors. So RRB for patent, QQB for the authors, copyright. And others, EIT TTA also a separate question. This is one question, this is separate question. For a senior citizen, if they are earning interest on their savings bank account, so how much maximum deduction is available? For a normal citizen, EIT double TA. Senior citizen, double TB. For a normal citizen, 10,000 will be the deduction maximum. Up to 10,000 interest on savings account will not be taxable. And for a senior citizen, it is 50,000, sir. Up to 50,000, it will not be taxable. And deduction in case of a person with a disability, U. Self-disability is an EITU. So these are the deduction that you have to remember for sure in the upcoming examination. 2 marks in your pocket. Is it 2 marks in your pocket?
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow.
Perfect.
Just looking like a wow.
Right. Chalo, sir. Next topic. Next topic is also tax. Recent year, previous year question. So here there are different losses will be there. Carry forward to how many years and clubbed with even set off also will be there. Set off and carry forward provision. The type of loss is here. If there is a house property loss, come from loss from the house property head, that can be set off against the all heads. But up to how many years you can carry forward? Till the next 8 years you can carry forward to set off. Speculation loss can be set off against the speculation loss only. There is no other profit. Speculation loss can be set off against the speculation profit or speculation income. You will not have any other option. Same business, same to same. Intra adjustment. Unabsorbed depreciation, scientific research expenditure, family planning expenditure, all these can be adjusted against any income except a salary. For how many years? No limit. No limit. Unlimited. Unlimited. Any head except a salary. So any business loss is there, all heads except a salary same. But for 8 years only. If short-term capital is there, carefully observe. Short-term capital loss can be adjusted against short-term capital and long-term capital gain. Long-term capital loss can be adjusted against long-term capital gain only. Short-term loss can be adjusted against long or short-term gain both. Long-term capital loss can be adjusted against only long-term capital gain. 8 years, 8 years. Owing or maintenance of race horses, 4 years. And specified business under section 35 AD against only specified business under 35 AD. So here speculation, specified business. No limit, here 4 years. Clear? Adjustment. Feeling pity for using earphones.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow.
Just for
Just looking
you now.
like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Done, sir. Second topic done. One more question in your pocket. And yesterday discussed minor. आ गया भाई. 3 important amendments are there in PGBP, sir. 3 important amendments. There is a possibility of question. 3 important amendments. What are the 3 important amendments? You have to type with me in the chat box. Type with me in the chat box. Section number 44 AB. Related to what? Compulsory audit of books of accounts. Compulsory audit of books of accounts. So compulsory audit of books of accounts for which companies? There are 2 things. For a professional, for a business entities. For a professional, it is maximum how much, sir? If you are crossing as a professional, if you are crossing your gross receipts or a turnover more than 50 lakhs, if you are crossing, then your books of accounts are subject to audit, right? And if it is business, if it is your business, for a business, if your total gross receipts are a turnover exceeding 10 crores, sir, exceeding 10 crore, not 5 crore, not 2 crore, everything is removed now. If your gross total income is exceeding or the turnover is exceeding 10 crore of a business, 50 lakh of a profession, 10 crore of a business, you are under obligation to conduct the tax audit. Your books of accounts are going to be for the audit. And here this 10 crore should not include more than 5% of a cash transaction. Means 95% should be 95% should be either cash payment or a receipt. 95% should be a non-cash. 95 should be non-cash transaction, which means other than cash mode, either any other mode of transaction must be there. Cash transactions are allowed up to, cash payments are allowed up to maximum 5% only, either payment or receipt, maximum 5% only it will be there, right? 5% only it will be there. So recently amended sections, sir. Next amendment is that amendment. One more amendment is there. The amendment is that here presumptive income is there. Presumptive income recently introduced, budget 2023 has amended. So resident individual HUF or a partnership firm who are not claiming any deduction, the eligible assets is that any business is eligible for presumptive income, but their turnover should not exceed 2 crore is the previous limit. Now this 2 crore is replaced with a 3 crore, right? Turnover in the previous year exceeds a 3 crore, then you can take a benefit of the presumptive income taxation. So presumptive income section number 44 AD, what is the new limit, sir? It is 3 crore instead of 2 crore. Now to be eligible as a presumptive income assessee, now you need to claim 3 crore of a turnover in the previous year. Remaining all are remain same. It is not going to change. Remaining all are same. Arey yaar, I am asking you to type it in the chat box. How stubbornly you are listening to the class, I don't understand. Are you getting into mind? Or just staying in the class only? Those who are actively participating in the class, if 2 members are there, the class will run, sir. Even if 1 member also there, class will continue. I don't want unnecessary kachra. Who are studying here means they have to get some value addition after the class. Already less members are there, but still continuing the class. Be active in the chat box now. When you are typing it, see, if you are listening to this one, it is like watching a movie. You will forget after the movie. Continuously telling and repeating the same thing again and again. If you are not interested, get out of the class. Simply as easy as possible. Right? Presumptive income of eligible professions. Presumptive income of eligible professionals. So here that is for the eligible business. Now this is for the presumptive income of the professionals. Professional presumptive income will be when your gross receipts actually 50 lakhs is there for the audit also. But instead of 50 lakh, now the amendment is that if your gross receipts are not exceeding 75 lakh, then you can claim the benefit of presumptive professional eligibility. So 50% of gross receipts generally be declared as a higher income. 50% of gross receipts generally assessee can declare the higher income. So 75 lakhs the limit, which is new limit. 50 lakh was the old limit for the presumptive professionals, right? अब आ गया, कैसे आ गया? अब until unless some force is there, you will not do anything. Am I going to get a JRF by this? So professionals 25 lakh, business presumptive 3 crore, audit 50 lakh 10 crore. Remember the limits. Now let's go to some other topic other than the tax. Economics now. One more. After that, marketing. After that, HRM. Like that, will touch all areas today. Chalo. Elasticity. Generally, how many elasticities are there? We have perfect elasticity, perfect inelasticity, relatively elastic, relatively inelastic, unitary elastic. Are the main types. If you look at price elasticity first, price elasticity categories. Inelasticity here. Inelasticity and total elasticity. Total elasticity means perfect elasticity. Right? More than unit means relatively elastic. Here, relatively inelastic. Here, relatively elastic. This is unitary as you. So whenever perfectly elastic is there now, even though whatever the change in price which is happening, change in price going to buy unique quantity and a constant price, but nothing on a high price. So here small change in price leads to infinite demand change. So that is why it is going to be a horizontal line, right? Small change in price, demand will be infinitely changing. Horizontal curve it is going to be there. And here more than one but less than infinity means relatively this perfectly elastic opposite is perfectly inelastic now. So this is infinity and this is going to be one. Perfectly inelastic. Relatively elastic, relatively. So your proportionate change in quantity demand is more. Change in quantity demand is more than the change in price. Then in such case it is 1 to infinity will be there. 1 to infinity. Sorry, 1 to infinity is this one. And 0 to 1 is this one. Less than infinity. Less than infinity, but 0 to 1 will be coming here. More than 0, but to the 1. Right? So proportionate change in demand is more than the change in quantity. And here, perfectly inelastic means 0. Even though change in price is there, change in price is not going to create any change in demand. So no change in demand, that is elasticity equal to 0. And inelasticity, here proportionate change in quantity demand. Quantity demand is less than the change in price. That is going to be less than 1. So less than 1. So this will be 0 to 1. 1 to right? Exactly. And unitary elastic, both are equal. That is unitary elastic, it is going to be there. Then final conclusion is that if you can see carefully, the elasticity moves from here 0, 1, less than 1, or less, right? Exactly 1, unitary elastic. Exactly elastic. Right? 0 to 1 is a relatively zero to 1, right? Right. And here less than 0, exactly 0 is then perfectly inelastic. Less than 0 means percentage change in demand is less than the percentage relatively elastic. Clear? Done. So if they are asking in a sequence also, you should be in a position to identify. And when you look at the income elasticity also very clear. Income elasticity and cross elasticity are two. Income elasticity due to change in income, how it is going to change the demand is the question. So for a normal goods, for a inferior goods are two things. For a normal goods, you have three types of normal goods. When it is unitary, when it is less than unitary or inelastic, when it is more elastic. So unitary means change in demand is equal to change in income. And here that is unitary, which is equal to less than 1 means no change in percentage of a quantity. Less than unitary or inelastic. No change in percentage in quantity of a demand in respect of change in percentage. Change in percentage of income. Means change in demand is less than the change in income. That is less than 1, which is less than unitary. And more than unitary or more than 1 is nothing but more percentage change in demand. Means change in demand is more than the change in income. As compared to income, demand is changing more. So these are the three cases, and we call this more than 1 is also normal good, less than 1 also normal good, and unitary also normal good. Three types of normal good. Inferior means low quality goods. Low quality goods. Generally, whenever income increases, people will shift to it up. Negative demand will be created. Whenever their income increases, demand for inferior will decrease. So quantity demand will be less than the change in income. The more income, less will be the demand for inferior. The lesser the income, more will be the demand for inferior goods. These are all superior and this is inferior. You can say more elasticity means superior goods. High quality are the luxury goods also. Superior are luxury goods for the high income elasticity. Whereas low income elasticity will be there for inferior goods. Clear? Are relatively elastic more than 1, inelastic less than 1. Perfectly elastic. Perfectly elastic. E will be 0. Here, perfectly elastic E equal to infinity and perfectly inelastic. This curve will be like this, horizontal. This curve will be vertical. Okay? And there is a relatively elastic. Relatively elastic. Here, elasticity will be more than 1. Elasticity. Unitary will be elasticity equal to 1. This is what the final thing. When you arrange them in a proper one, then it will be automatically. When you arrange them in a one line, the sequence will be here. Less than 1 means what? The range of less than 1. Please tell the less than 1 range. Less than 1 indicate from 0. Sorry. This is more than 1. That is 1. So 1 to less than till the 0 will be there. Means 0 to 1 means 0 to 1 isn't relatively inelastic. Exactly 0 isn't perfectly inelastic. And 1 to infinity will be a relatively elastic. And infinity will be a perfectly elastic. The range I am trying to tell in the last explanation. Range I am trying to tell. That is why it is more important. So here the range is 0 to 1. Here the range is 1 to infinity. Here the range is till only exactly 0, exactly infinity, exactly 1. But the range here is important. Now, cross elasticity of demand. Cross elasticity of demand is nothing but the relationship that exists between change in demand due to change in price of the related commodities. Those related commodities are substitutes and complementaries. For a substitute, positive cross elasticity. For a complementary goods, negative cross elasticity will be there. Increase in price of tea will lead to increase in demand of the coffee. So increase in price of the tea leads to increase in demand of the coffee. Like this, due to one product which is a substitute product price changes, they will shift it to other to demand more. And complementary will be ulta. Due to change in the price of the car. When car price decreases, petrol demand will go up. It will go up. Positive for substitute, negative for complementary. One more concept set up. आ गया working in now business finance. Most important topic. Business finance. Zero for unrelated goods. Correct. Absolutely. 100%. Please do share with your friends, guys. Subscribe to the channel and hit a like button so that it will recommend to more people.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Chalo, next topic. So what is this topic? Can anyone guess it, please? Related to. This is related to working capital estimation. Working capital estimation strategies. There are three approaches in working capital estimation. So three approaches we have to follow, or else any one we will be generally following the company. Conservative approach, aggressive approach, and hedging approach. Here, look at the scope and the purpose very clearly, because there is a point which can hit in the statements form. Working capital management, yes. Business finance, oh my god. I only told that before showing the slide. That topic related to business finance. It requires a higher working capital, conservative, and here extensive use of short-term options and short and long-term options here. So simply when we are getting this type of approach, now what we need to do? We usually draw the diagram. That is balance sheet we usually draw. Right? We will draw the balance sheet. Long-term assets. Long-term sources is liability. Short-term sources is liability. And short-term asset application. Look at my arrow very carefully. Look at my arrow very carefully. It will be easy for you to understand. Whenever for my working capital purpose, if I am depending on procuring the source of working capital from long term, this is conservative approach. In this approach now, only in emergency we will procure from short term. Generally, we will not take any risk. Everything we will take it from the long term source for the financing the working capital, that is investment in the current asset. Right? We will procure from the long term asset. Conserve means without any risk, no risk, nothing. Simply Aram say use the long term loans or the capital for purchasing or investing in a stock of a current asset. Only in emergency situation you will use the short term sources. This approach is called as conservative, which means we are more reserved. Now, ulta to this, we will more dependent on short-term sources. We will be procuring from the short-term sources like a term loan, creditors only will be taking to invest in a current asset. Even fixed assets also will try to buy. Even fixed assets also will try to buy from the short-term capital only, short-term source only. Only emergency situation we will go for this long-term. Only emergency situation will go for the long-term. This is an aggressive, highly risky in nature. Highly risky in nature. You can see now. So risk profile, less risk because we are depending more on the long-term. Here it is high risk because we are more depending on the short-term. This is balance. Proportionately from short and long term according to the requirement, they will take it up. Right. And here, if you look at scope, it is requiring more working capital because you are running in a reserve basis, conserve without any risk. And here, extensive use of short-term financing options are there. You are heavily depending on short-term, risky nature. Here, to satisfy the business with a high cyclical variances. And here, to speed up the business cycle, Here, cyclical variations will be more. To fulfill the temporary and permanent capital needs, we will be doing this one. Permanent and temporary both, hedging approach will be. Hedging approach is nothing but balance approach. Not depend more on long term, more on short term also. We will be balancing. Yes, necessities are comes under one of the necessities are comes under the one of the normal good only. Normal goods are three types. Normal good can be a necessity, normal good can be a luxury, normal good can be a superior quality. The luxury is nothing but superior only. Done. Next topic.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Now the cost of capital. So how many ways of calculating a cost of capital? Actually, we have to calculate the cost of debt, cost of preference, cost of retained earnings, cost of equity. KD. This total overall cost of capital is nothing but KO. Overall cost of capital equal to cost of debt plus cost of equity plus cost of preference plus cost of retained earnings. Yeah. All together. Right? All together will become overall cost of capital. So cost of capital generally of a 4 types. In this first I will discuss about the debt. For the debenture, what will be the general cost will be incurred? Interest will be the cost. Right? Cost of debt will be interest. So interest will be cost of debt is equal to interest into 1 minus tax divided by net proceeds 200. So generally interest is a tax deductible. There will be a tax savings will be available for the interest. And cost of debt for the redeemable purpose. This is whenever redeemable directly interest into 1 minus tax divided by net proceeds. Whenever redeemable is there, redemption value will come into play. Interest into 1 minus tax plus the loss or the profit will be proportionately distributed to lifetime of the redemption. That is redemption value net proceeds. The redemption value is the amount that you are repaying. Net proceeds is nothing but the amount that you have taken. The difference is what you enjoy throughout the life of a instrument. So that is why we are proportionately dividing by n. RV minus NP divided by n whole divided by average of redemption value plus net proceeds. Right? And here KD, when it is redeemable, then only these values will come. If it is irredeemable, then directly. Similar with KP also. Cost of preference. If it is irredeemable, what is the preference share cost? Usually preference dividend. So preference dividend. Whether preference dividend is a tax deductible? No. Preference dividend is not at all tax deductible. Preference dividend divided by net proceeds into 100. Directly. Preference dividend divided by net proceeds into 100. No tax, nothing. If it is redeemable, similar way. What we have done? RV minus NP divided by N, RV plus NP divided by 2. Same. But in place of interest, 1 minus tax, will replace with a preference dividend. Similar. So preference dividend plus the loss or a profit on redemption will be distributing for a lifetime. RV minus NP divided by N whole divided by RV plus NP divided by 2 average. That is cost of debt, cost of preference. Now, cost of equity, most important, sir. Cost of equity, cost of equity, cost of equity, most important. High possibility to ask a question in problematic. They'll ask you to solve the cost of equity only in majority cases. Maximum they are putting this question only. ISW का क्लास होता क्या? ISW मतलब पहले ये बताओ ISW क्या होता है? So cost of equity. Cost of equity means dividend price approach. Cost of equity dividend D1 divided by P0. And cost of equity dividend divided by P0. When it is only dividend D1 divided by P0. When dividend with growth D1 by P0 plus growth will get added. This is without growth, this is with growth. And here earning price approach, instead of dividend, here earning. EPS divided by P0. Same. Here dividend is on numerator, here EPS on numerator. EPS without growth is this one. EPS with growth is EPS by P0 plus G. Right? And there is a realized yield approach. Realized yield approach means here market price will come into play. So how much market price from last year to this year increased or decreased? Present year market price minus last year market price divided by last year. Means this is totally a growth only with respect to market price. So how much growth happened in the market price? Dividend plus growth. Directly we are adding, that is realized yield approach. मेरा सब्जेक्ट है, सब्जेक्ट का नाम है. I asked very politely, what is that subject? ISW मतलब मेरा सब्जेक्ट है, मतलब वो कौन सा सब्जेक्ट क्या है? ठीक है, टनल अनिपिస్తుంది, टनल आपने गुड. तो ये कैपिटल एसेट प्राइसिंग मॉडल, कैपिटल एसेट प्राइसिंग मॉडल, CAPM. CAPM most important, CAPM capital asset pricing model, right? RF risk free rate of return plus beta into risk minus market risk minus risk free rate of return. Guys, one most important thing that you need to keep in mind here, KE as per the CAPM model, risk free rate of return beta into RN minus RF. In the recent exam, what they have given, simply they given as the market premium. Market premium is nothing but RM minus RF is a market premium. This total put together is a market premium. They given this value, but unfortunately, what we have done is that we are trying to take the 2% and we are deducting 6% minus 3% like that. We are trying to do in the question, but that is the wrong. They given already calculation of this difference, which is part of the market premium. Later realize that, so they have given this one, we should multiply with beta directly. So whether they are giving RM separately or RM minus RF they are giving, try to check it in your question, right? And you should multiply with beta. For that, you should add the risk-free rate of return also. చూడు వాడు రిప్లై కూడా ఇయ్యడు మళ్ళీ, కావాలని ఏదో వచ్చి ఏదో చేద్దాం అనుకుంటాడు. సబ్జెక్ట్ ఏంటరా భయ్ అంటే మళ్ళీ మేరా సబ్జెక్ట్ నామ్ హై, సబ్జెక్ట్ కా నామ్ అంట. అది చెప్పొచ్చు కదా అన్ని టైప్ చేసే బదులు. చేద్దాం. Yes. Market premium means RM minus RF. Perfect. What is trimmed mean? Look at mean is nothing but average. We have three types of mean: arithmetic mean, harmonic mean, geometric. Right? So trimmed mean is nothing but it's a tendency of measure that cuts down the smallest and highest values before applying the standard average in the formula, greater accuracy. So we will be eliminating the smallest value, will be eliminating the highest value. Means we are trying to trim, like trim. Why are trimming karo? Hairstyle will ask na, cutting shop. It means don't do fully, just cut the edges. Just cut the edges. That is what trimming now. Cut the edges. Smallest, highest. Cut it down. Then that will become trimmed mean. After cutting the smallest value, largest value, na both. Then for this only you will calculate the average by applying a formula that is called as a trimmed mean. Trimmed mean. Right? Exclude the outliners. So these outliers are, when you exclude outliers, it will be easy for you to identify the accurate mean. The higher value and lower value will be eliminating. That's called as a trimmed mean. And there are two types of estimates. Recently, there was a question in June exam also. Three types of estimates is there. One is point estimate. Second one is interval estimate. What is point estimate? What is interval estimate? What is point estimate? What is interval estimate? Point estimate of a population parameter is a single value of statistic. Point. Single value only. Point means single value. Interval means not a single value, my dear. Two numbers will be there. Interval means like the scale will be there, not scale, which we know. So here this scale will be there. And in this scale, now the difference of 4 to 5 is equal to 5 to 6. Each and every difference is same. That is what interval scale. In a same way, interval estimate also. Two numbers will be there. If this 6 is not there and 7 is not there, only one number is there. Can we say the distance? No, sir. Interval we cannot say. There should be two numbers, then only we can identify the distance. Right? So between the population parameter is said to lie. Here, for example, a sample mean, which means only one. So x bar, small x bar will be there like this. Small x bar. X bar sample mean is a point estimate of population mean. So this is the point estimate for entire population mean. So sample proportion P and point estimate of population proportion is P capital P and this is P bar, which is small p. Interval estimate is nothing but which is between the two numbers it will be there. Generally population parameter only it will be there between the population parameter. For example, P is one value, A is one value. Our population parameter is going to be there between this only. Either more than this or less than this. Between that only it will be there. So generally our cutoff is going to be between 180 to 200. 180 is a 180 to 200 is a 20. That is the interval estimate. So between two numbers I am trying to take it like a range. Similarly, between is interval, point is okay. This is important for both paper 1, paper 2. Without this, paper will not come, sir. Either in any one, whether it is in your paper 1 or paper 2, they'll put this question for sure. 100% pakka, damn sure you can lock that.
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Right. How many scales of levels of measurement? There are 4 levels of measurement of data. How many, sir? 4 levels are there. That is NOIR, NOIR, NOIR. NOIR. Nominal scale, ordinal scale, interval scale, ratio scale. What is nominal scale? We are nominal scale, only naming the variable. We are just classifying it. We are just classifying and giving a name for it. Classifying and giving a name for it. Classifying or naming, we are dividing. Just I divide the today's class members into male and female. Today's class members into commerce and management. Like that, I will divide. That is only nominal classification. Is it a parametric or non-parametric? Question number 1. Question number 2. Is it a quantitative or qualitative? Tell. You have to tell these 2 points for all. This is qualitative. Qualitative. And parametric test will be used. Parametric test, we will be using this nominal. Right? And here, ordinal scale is nothing but order. We will classify. Now, female members are more in class as compared to the male members. Means female will be on first ranking, male will be on second ranking. Like that, ordinal means after classifying them as a male and female, we will be putting them in a order, proper order, ranking we are giving. So that ranking is called as a natural order. Ranking, keeping them in order. This is also a qualitative. This is also parametric test will be. Qualitative and parametric test. This both are non-parametric. Very sorry. Non-parametric and qualitative. Non-parametric and qualitative in a nominal and ordinal scale. Whereas now the interval scale, sir. Interval scale and ratio scale are the 2 scales of measure. Interval scale is that first naming the variable as a male and female, and we classified it. We will be arranging in a sequential order. We are keeping them in a sequence order, that male and female, and equal interval between the 2 variables. I already shown. This is a quantitative, right? So here 1 to 2, how much distance is there? 2 to 3 also same distance, 3 to 4 also same distance, 4 to 5 also same distance, right? Right. So that is what equal interval. Equal interval is there now, one to another. Here the scale is there. You can see the ruler. Here the ruler is there. I am drawing this ruler. Exactly. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. So the distance between each is same. The distance which is there is same. Cannot say it is different. That is equal distance is there. So equal interval between the data. Is this quantitative or qualitative, sir? This is quantitative. Quantitative in nature. And which test will be used? Parametric. Parametric test will be used. Right? Ratio scale means height can be example. Ratio scale. Height. So a true zero can be possible. Suppose income of a person or height of a person, weight of a person will be there. Naming the variable. First we have to name them male or female. After that we will be arranging in order. First female, second male. And we will be arranging in a distance from equal distances. There are not one to another. And after that true zero is also possible in this. True zero is possible, above zero also. All values are possible, but out of all, not true zero possible only in ratio scale. It is not possible in other cases. So that is why this is also quantitative. This is also parametric test will be used. Here non-parametric, there parametric. Clear, sir? Interval and ratio are parametric as well as quantitative. Whereas here this one, nominal and ordinal are qualitative, non-parametric in nature. Right, Fasak, one more topic. We have various distributions. Their curve nature, try to understand. Just for your memory purpose. Only one question appeared first time in the UGC NET June only. Previously, there was no question from here, but why to take a choice? I am discussing that also. Right? Uniform distribution is a perfectly symmetric with equal probability across the entire range. When you see the uniform distribution curve, the sequence, uniform distribution sequence, all are equal only. All are equal probability, entire range. Next, a chi-square is, chi-square critical value will be like this, and it will be rightly tailed. Rightly tailed probability, and chi-square critical value will be on the left side also. It is possible like this also. And this will become right tail, and this will become chi-square in such case. Ulta also possible. But when you look at ulta also possible, chi-square becomes increasingly symmetric as the degree of freedom increases, but not perfectly symmetric. So it is not perfectly symmetric. It is asymmetry only somehow. And right tail, it is asymmetry only. And the third one, F distribution curve will be like this. F distribution curve generally symmetric but becomes more symmetric as the degree of freedom increases. So here, as the degree of freedom is increasing now, then it is, that is why many are there. Here probability is there and here degree of freedom is there. As the degree of freedom is increasing, it will become more symmetric. As the degree of freedom is reducing, it will become asymmetric in nature. These both are almost similar in behavior. These both are similar. So here the T distribution also been given. This is F distribution, this T distribution or the Z distribution. So if you look at on the curve, normal distribution curve, when that sample size is less than 30, sample size more than 30. Sample size more than 30, exactly Z distribution, proper symmetry. Right, when it is less than 30, this is below 1. Like a clotting and leptocurtic. This is lepto, this is clotting. Middle one is mesocurtic. When it is exactly equal to 30, T distribution. When it is exactly more than 30, it is Z distribution. Less than 30, it will be a T distribution. Again, T distribution in two cases. Equal to or less than 30. And more than 30 only Z will be coming. So symmetric but heavier tails than the normal distribution, which is Z distribution. So T distribution will be less than or equal to 30. Z distribution will be more than 30 only. So when you arrange them in a proper symmetry form, sequence mentioned, less symmetry, somehow less. As compared to this, it is more symmetry. As compared to this is more symmetric in nature, and this is highly symmetric in nature. Arranging uniform distribution, chi-square distribution, F distribution, Z distribution, or the T distribution. First, later, after last is Z distribution. Clear? This topic is given in the recent June exam, June 2023, December 2022 also question, and October 2022 also there is a question from this topic. What is the topic? The topic name that you know very well. It is belong to income tax, agricultural income. Agricultural income. Right? Some confusing statements are there in the agricultural income, first of all. And this agricultural income, I will make full clarity with a minute point on the questioning area, which are agree, which are not agree. Give me 5 minutes. Just concentrate on the slide, concentrate on the explanation for a 5 minutes. I will give you full clarity of, you can able to identify any type of question from the agriculture income, that to 2 marks in your pocket in 5 minutes. Right? So first of all, what is agri income, sir? What is agri income? So this is belong to income tax, unit number 10 chapter. First of all, section related to, in income tax section number 10, subsection 1, related to exemption of agriculture income. This is exemption of agriculture income. Right? But where agriculture income definition has been defined, section number 2, subsection 1A has defined the agriculture income definition. Definition of agriculture income. This is the first point. Right? This is the first point. And in this, if you look at what is agriculture income as per the section number 2, subsection A, 1A. So if you look at agriculture is an income, if it is derived from the land which is situated in India. If it is agricultural purpose only, means for the cultivation purpose or with the cultivation subsequent process need to be used. If the land is being used for any other purpose other than the agriculture purpose, then that is not an agri income. So land must be there, situated in India, it must be agriculture purpose only, then only it is exempted from the tax under section 10 subsection 1. Clear? Number 2. Then if you look at agriculture income, some more purified definition. Here, rental revenue derived from the land is an agriculture income. You given the land for a rental purpose to cultivate others. So that is an agriculture income. And you are doing agriculture operation, that is a cultivation process. And cultivation of the land, you are only by yourself you are cultivating the land and growing the crops. And income from the process means you are engaged in the process of cultivation plus packing, which is suitable for the market. So you are only doing cultivation, you are only making a further process, you are only making a packing and all and making available for the sale in the market. Means you are making your products which is cultivated by you and you are making them fit for the market. So that is what? Subsequent process. Operation plus subsequent process. Both. And income derived from the sale of produce. Whatever that you produced as a cultivation process, the grass or whatever that you produce, you will be selling, and from that you are generating agriculture income. That is also agri income. Right? That is also agri income. Next, further more purified to get more clarity. Look at sir. Here they mentioned about the process, right? Here they mentioned about the process. But which type of process? There are two processes which are involved in the agri income. Basic operations are there. Basic operations are there. Subsequent operation. In the basic operation, if you look at digging, sowing the seeds, etc., is the basic operation of agriculture or the cultivation, which is tilling of the land, sowing of the seeds, or the planting, irrigation, where here application of a human skill and the labor upon the land before going for actual cultivation. What that point is also agriculture income only, activity only. Which is an agriculture activity? This is basic one. Subsequent means which fosters the growth of and preserve the produce. In subsequent operation, you are doing everything. You are making a pesticides for that, or you are giving a water supply, everything that you are doing, and whatever you produced out of the agricultural activity, you are preserving them, means storing them. You only produce, you are storing them in a warehouse. And for rendering the produce fit for the sale in market, you are making that product, whatever that you produce, so you are making or converting them to a marketable product, which is fit for the sale in the market, which are performed after the produce sprouts from the land. Performed after the produce sprouts from the land. This is also part of, because after doing subsequent operation only this outcome is coming. Digging the soil around the growths, removal of undesirable undergrowths, weeding, tending, pruning, cutting, harvesting, all are agriculture operations. So this all put together agriculture operation. Right? Basic operation alone, if they are doing agriculture income, exempted. If they are doing only the subsequent operations, suppose assume that they are doing only the subsequent operation. They have not produced any agricultural crops, but they are directly buying from someone agricultural produce and packaging, making fit for the market. Is it agricultural income or not? Is it agricultural income or not? He is not produced. He didn't produce the agriculture product. He is only purchased from the market and making them ready for the market. Only subsequent operation is doing. Only subsequent operation is doing. Is it agricultural produce? Is it agricultural activity? No, sir. Only whenever subsequent activity alone they are doing. Subsequent operation only they are doing. Income is not at all exempted. This is taxable 100% because that is not agricultural income. Only subsequent operation is not agricultural income. Basic plus subsequent operation put together is agricultural income. So basic plus subsequent will be an agricultural income. So you got the clarity now, full. You can able to identify the question right now. See? So finally, the conclusion for this is easily. Basic operations alone, agri activity. Only subsequent operation, not agri activity. Subsequent plus basic is the agri activity. Right? For your convenience purpose, if you look at the instances of agri income, growing trade and commercial product like a jute, cotton, agro income, and growing of the flowers, plants sold in a pots are agro income, provided the basic operation. Remuneration and interest paid to a partner. Any remuneration, salary or a commission paid received by a partner from a firm who is engaged in agriculture operation. Yes, that is also agri income. Because they are engaged in agriculture income, from that only they are generating income. Interest and capital received by a partner firm engaged in agriculture operation, that is also agri income. Because the firm is engaged in agriculture. Right? Income arising by sale of trees grown and denuded parts of the forest after replanting, and compensation received from the insurance company for damage caused by hailstorm. So for the agricultural damage only they received a compensation. That is also agri income. Any fee derived from the land used for grazing of a cattle and being used for the agricultural operation, that is also agri income. Right? All these are the examples, are the instances of agricultural income. Right? Done. So now there is no confusion should happen. They are clearly giving these type of statements only in the exam. You should be in a position to identify. Right? Now in the recent exam, 3 shifts is having one another way they ask this question again related to agricultural income only. How to identify a tax or how to calculate the tax when agricultural income is included in the total income. So this way, step number 1. First we should identify income from non-agri income. Non-agri income and agri income we should identify. Suppose 10 lakh non-agri income, 3 lakh agri income. First we have to add together. Then calculate the tax on this total 13 lakhs. Right, total 13 lakhs, total income, and tax on this total income. Suppose we got it as in 2 lakh 20. Agri plus non-agri income, the step number 1. Add. Tax on that both is in step number 2. After calculating the tax, then in the third step now, we have to take only the agricultural income plus basic exemption limit which is available. Now it is 2 lakh 50, assume. Basic exemption limit which is available plus agri income in the third step. We have to calculate the tax on agri income plus basic exemption limit. So on this you need to apply the tax. So here you applied on agri plus non-agri income. Here agri plus basic exemption. So difference between this both. Step number 2. Whatever the tax that you calculated in step number 2, step number 3 tax, difference between both the tax. So 220 minus 30 will be 190. After that, net tax payable is 190. Then for this, you need to add the health and education cess, is 4% now. That will give you the full clarity. That's it. Okay. This is the steps they are asking. Those who have not solved the PYQs now, Absolutely, they will not be interested in listening to the session and not even caring about them. Those who solved a previous year question, recent exams, they know the value of this and their previous year question also. The previous agriculture income and this question value, they know about it in 3 shifts. So in 2 shifts and December 2 shifts also. Clear? Partial integration not required, sir. This is a partial integration concept only. This is actually a partial integration. The scheme itself is called as a partial integration, the process. But there is a 5,000 limit and all over the steps are important. Steps are important. Most important steps are. Right, first topic done, sir. Next, second topic, topic number 2. 2 marks in your pocket. All topic is there here, advanced tax. Advanced tax. So when the advanced tax is applicable? Advanced tax is applicable if their total income exceeds 10,000 or the tax which we calculated on total income exceeds 10,000. In which situation? Number 1 or number 2? Bolo, sir. Whenever your tax exceeds 10,000 rupees, then you are under obligation to pay advance tax. When your total tax liability as per section 208, every person whose estimated liability for the year, liability of what? Estimated tax liability, not the total income, sir. Estimated tax more than the 10,000 or equal to 10,000, then you are required to pay the advance tax. Suppose if a person is more than 60 years, which is a senior citizen, will he be required to pay the advance tax, sir? Whether advance tax is applicable to him? Please tell. If he is a senior citizen, you can see those who are excluded from paying advance tax are senior citizens who are above the age of 60, not having any business or profession, they are not required to pay advance tax. No need to pay advance tax, right? So what is the due date? On or before 15th June, 15% of advance tax. 15th September, 45% minus 15% that you already paid. 15th December, 75% minus 45 already paid. And on or before 15th March, 100% of advance tax. But one thing is to be noted here in this advance tax provision. What is that? Section number 208. Section number 209 also how to calculate the advance tax. Now, there is a one more point. For a presumptive income people, for a presumptive income assessees, for a presumptive income assessees, for a presumptive income assessees, advance tax is when? 31st March. Or else 15th April, I think 31st March only. 31st March will be the due date. 100% they need to pay. For a presumptive income, 100% at a time they need to pay. No installment allowed for them. Right? So there is a one more thing. I will just So let's look at the economics 1 point, because the full tax is also not suggestible. Let's look at one economics. So this is memory based concept only. Theory of profit, theory of business firm. What is this? Theory of business firm, theory of profit. Match the following, they're asking a many question. They're asking a question from match the following, sir. That is theory of profit. Risk bearing theory of profit given by F.W.F.B. 𝐎𝐿𝐵. Uncertainty bearing theory, Frank H. Knight. And dynamic theory of profit, J.B. Clark. As well as innovation theory of profit, Joseph A. Schumpeter. Trend theory of profit, F.A. Walker. So 5 theories are there. 5 theories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So respective profit theories and right side list 2 they'll give you to match. Match the following they can ask. That way they can ask the question. Theories of business firm. Hypothesis sale revenue maximization. Baumol model, which is given by Baumol. Hypothesis of maximization of firm growth rate, which is given by Maris. Hypothesis of maximization of managerial utility function, given by Williamson. Everybody try to type it in the chat box so that it will be easy for you to remember. Satisfying theory, Simons. Hypothesis satisfying behavior, 𝐐𝐮. Hypothesis of long run survival and market share goals, which is Rothless-Chari. So these are the business firm theories and theory of profit. They can ask the question in match the following, list 1, list 2, or else list 1, list 2. Either way they can ask. Recent exam question is that sales revenue maximization, this one. Related to this one, which of the following theories related to business firm? So they have given mix of both the theories and asking a business firm theory. Right? Do hit a like button if you like the session. Next, sir. There is a Information Technology Amendment 2023. Are you ready? Information Technology Amendment. Information Technology Amendment. Yes, 2 marks done. Every topic carries weightage in the exam, sir. Those who take light now, it is up to you. Might have studied, but you never know the examination point. Yes. So what are Information Technology Amendment Act 2023? Theoretical questions are top notch in UGC NET recent exams. Problematic questions are just we can count on fingers. Maximum accounting and business finance. Practical questions they are not even touching. Practical questions also they are converting into theoretical form. That's a thing which is going on at this present recent trend of exam. First of all, as per the Information Technology Act 2023, obligatory for the intermediaries means the platform who are publishing the content via internet. So no platform can allow harmful or unapproved online games like a Blue Whale or the PUBG, harmful games which are not allowed to post it, or they should not have the games. And they should not share false information about the Indian government. If you are sharing any false information about the Indian government, first you should have a facts checking unit. There is the introduction of new term in that act is that facts checking unit. What is that unit? Fact checking unit. Fact. So fact checking unit is there. In this, whether that is really true or not, you should confirm before publishing in your internet platform. Like an online intermediary, including social media platform like a Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, all the social media platform, and service providers like Airtel, Jio, Vodafone should make reasonable efforts to not to host that type of content which is related to the central government, fake or misleading. If you are hosting, you are also liable as an intermediary, and that posted person also liable as a company. Together they are going to be liable. right? Together they are going to be level. And there is another amendment which is introduced in the recent is that self-regulatory bodies. Here, platforms who are providing online game to register with a self-regulatory body that will determine the whether that game is permissible or not permissible. Under the Information Technology Act, only self-regulatory body will be there. You have to go and register before publishing that game in your platform. The platform should ensure that online games do not involve any gambling, betting elements. They should also be comply with the legal requirements. So whatever the legal rules, if you are going for a gambling and betting, so that has to be complied with. And this is a recent examination point, losing safety harbor. Losing safety harbor. If any piece of information is marked as a fake by upcoming fact check unit, if this fact check unit is identifying that some information is fake or misleading one, then they have to remove that content, remove that post. If you are failing to remove now, you have to be penally liable, and litigation against the third party also it will be protected. You are penally liable. Social media sites will have to take down such posts. Internet service provider will have to block URLs. So if anybody is posting like that now, the URL will be blocked by the respective information technology authorities. Next. Happen. Wait, sir. 1 second. Maybe it was stuck. आ गया. Competition Act Amendment, sir. 2023 Competition Act Amendment is also there. Most interesting question is asked in 2023 June already from this new law. So there is no chance of taking light. Right? Highlights of Competition Act 2023. Same statement copy pasted in the exam, sir. Recent exam. Shift 1, I think. 2023 June. So in the Competition Amendment Act 2023, what are the things that are there? One of the most significant change introduced is that a new deal value threshold has been introduced. Like if any transaction involves, which is acquiring a company or merging with other company, or any transaction is going to happen, which is more than the 2000 crores rupees. How much value is? If they are going to meet or exceed 2000 crore rupees, if they are going to meet or exceeding 2000 crore rupees, they have to take the approval with a sustainable business operation. Then they have to take the approval of Competition Commission of India. So when the merger or acquisition or the amalgamation, anything is going to happen which exceeds a transaction value of more than 2 crore, they have to take the approval of CCI. Please type it in the chat box. Second one, the threshold, whatever they stated now, it is actually expanded the scope of CCI to much extent, very specifically. Right? And here, concept of material influence has been introduced. What is this material influence? Generally, control. Previously, the definition called as a control. Now, the same control is redefined as a material influence in Act. Recent amendment. The change acknowledges that having ability to exert significant influence over the management affairs and strategic commercial decisions of any entity is a key factor in determining the control. So here, material influence is nothing but you are having, as a company, you are having a substantial portion in the other company business decision. That is what material influence means. You are having that much high influence is going to be there. Not just a control, you are having high influence on their decision. So which is termed as a material influence. Will provide a clear guidelines on what control actually the meaning and what material influence. Influence means you are forcing, you are involving in a decision. Control means you are having a control with respect to voting power or the security or the investment. But influence means you are trying to dominate their decision making, and whatever you wanted to do, you are trying to make them to do. Right? And fourth amendment in the 2023 law. Timeline for implementation. Timeline for implementation. So that is, the amendment has also reduced the timeline for implementation of combination to 10 days previously. Now it is just only 150. Amendment has also reduced the timeline for implementation of a combination. Means any merger or the amalgamation, if once they have approved with the CC and all the process completed, now for the introduction or implementation purpose, 210 days they usually take. But now it is 150 days only to implement. Right? And here, limitation period. The Amendment Act also introduced 3-year limitation period. 3-year limitation period also introduced. So if any type of violation of the act or allegation alleged violations of the act or contraventions of the act is done by that merger or a combination or acquisition companies, then within 3 years their acquisition amalgamation can be cancelled by Competition Commission. Right? The limitation period imparts certainty and finality with respect to competition law enforcement, and if they are violating this law specifically, it will be taken back, their approval will be taken back and clear time frame is given to them. Next, third amendment, sir. Third amendment. Looks like so much theory, but important, sir. Don't take chance. Because these are not concentrated by regular people who are giving the exam. These are concentrated by who are preparing thoroughly for the exam. So whatever others are doing, if you do, nothing will get extra. Whatever others are not concentrating, which are going to appear in the exam, you have to do that extra, which will fetch your JRF. Right? Super profit should be there, not normal profit. Normal profit, so everyone will get, that is net. We want a super profit, now that is comes only with a goodwill. That goodwill is this extra points. Next, hub and spoke cartel. This actually increases the scope of anti-competitive agreement to catch entities that facilitate a cartelization. Cartelization means grouping. Forming a favored group is called as a cartelization. Right? So it is mainly introduced to stop the cartelization process or cartel process. Expansion of scope of entities. So any entity who are entering into competitive agreement now, anti-competitive agreement, so their expansion is going to be increased much. Who are going to enter with a competitive agreement now, no problem, but anti-competitive is dangerous. Next, framework for settlement and commitment is also introduced. One more thing here, I think there is a leniency plus concept here. Leniency plus. It allows the commission gives an additional waiver of the penalty applicant who discloses existence of another cartel. So actually, you caught by the Cartel and Competition Commission of India, you formed a favored group like that, they catch you. So what Competition Commission of India says, if you identify any other person who is running the cartels or favored groups to create a competitive agreements, stop their competitor and kick out the competitor from the market, inform us, we will reduce your penalty. Inform us, we will reduce your penalty. So that we can catch more number of thieves easily. That is what? Provision of leniency plus. Right? Is it clear? In Companies Act, how many schedules are there, sir?
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
Seven schedules are there, right? Total, how many schedules are there? 7 schedules are there. Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Recent June exam question. They have given the schedules on left side and right side they asked us to match. So schedule number 1 is related to memorandum of association and articles of association. Alright, number 2 is related to depreciation, section number 123. Schedule 3 is related to balance sheet. We know as per the schedule 3 only part 1, part 2 of the balance sheet and profit and loss account will be there. Section 129. Part 4, code for the independent directors. Schedule 4. Schedule 5 is appointment of MD and whole-time director as well as the manager also. Right? And yes, schedule number 6 is infrastructure project. Section number 55 and section number 186. Schedule number 7 is related to corporate social responsibility. Section number 135 most. Ads were there, kya? Just looking like a wow. No, madam. By looking at the topic, we are taking 2 marks. Just looking like a wow. That is why that wow moment is coming. It is like a cricket match. Whenever helicopter shot is there, wow moment come now. Right, next. Total 7 sections. Now, let's go back to the tax ones. So recently there was a question on perquisites of a motor car. They asked us to calculate the perquisites of motor car. So perquisite of a motor car. What is perquisite? First, perquisite you need to understand, sir. What is perquisite? Perquisite is nothing but a kind benefit given by the employer to employee. Kind benefit like a laptop, car facility was given. Kind benefit by the employer to employee. Right? Generally in income tax, when the car is owned and expenses met by wholly official use or not. Suppose car is owned or hired by the employer. Employer is the owner or else employee hired it. Expenses also met by the employer. Both are by the employer. Then wholly for official use. Wholly for official use. Here star mark is given. Read the star mark. Provided that employer maintains the complete details of such journey and expenditure, gives a certificate of expenditure. So that means he is giving details about everything. Right? Then when both are being provided by the employer, that will become a perquisite. Perquisite. But the perquisite benefit is being taken by the employee now. How much exemptions are allowed and how much is going to be taxable? Look at carefully. Schedule page is somewhere, sir. I need to go after this one. I will show you. Okay. Right. CC and perquisite value. CC means capacity of the engine, car engine. The car engine is up to 1.6 liters. That is small car. If it is a large one, above the 1.6 liter. June 2023 question, 1.8 liter. So that is high capacity. Low capacity perquisite value, whatever that you provide expenses. Now generally as per the income tax, the kind benefit given to employee is taken as a, if it is small car, 1800 per month will be taken as a perquisite value into 12. 1800 into 12. And if it is large car above 1.6 cc, 2400 per month will be taken into 12 months. How many months they are holding? So for everything, for this also, if they are also providing a driver, which means a chauffeur. If chauffeur is also provided, 900 extra to be added. So 1800 plus 900 into 12 it will become value. If it is small car. If the chauffeur also provided to this 2400 plus 900 into 12 total. Like that we have to calculate driver amount also. Driver amount it is total 900 it is coming. So this is both by the employer. And here employee hired or owned. The car is belong to employee and employer is bearing the expenses. Then actual amount incurred by the employer as reduced by the perquisite. So whatever the employer incurring expenditure, that will be reduced because that expenses are there and vehicle is related to the employee. Here in such case now, when employee car is, when employee car and employer is bearing the expenses, then whatever employee expenses are there now, from this employer expenses will be reduced. Whatever you calculate, from that employer expenses will be reduced. That's it. Right? And if it is owned by the employer, employee is bearing the expenses. In such case, 1.6 liters, 600 per month is the value of Perquisite. Above 1.6, 900 per month. And again you can add driver 900 plus 900, you can add the driver. That's it. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Simply only remember, if the car is owned by the employer, this rules will be applicable. If the car is not owned by the employer, now employee is the owner, but employer is bearing the expenditure. Actual expenditure, how much incurred, that will be taken. But whatever paid by the expenses of the employer will be reduced from that actual expenditure. That will be treated as a perquisite. Understood? Clear? Now, one more question, damn sure question which they are asking is that income tax relief, sir. Double taxation avoidance agreement is there. So, double taxation avoidance agreement, most important, you can see. I'll explain a simple concept. What is double taxation avoidance agreement? So, generally the tax at an international level, when the person is having a foreign income also, suppose the cricketers, Virat Kohli is playing outside India also, when he plays in South Africa, he need to pay the tax to the South Africa also for earning an income in the South Africa. And as that is based on the source rule. Now, as per the resident rule of tax, he need to pay to the India also, income tax. Right? When both the countries are taxing on the same income, then it will be a very difficult for the assessee. Na? For a same income, that country is charging, this country is charging, then leftover amount will be, his hard work will be too low. Too low income will be there. So that is why to curb that practice, there is a double taxation avoidance agreement relief will be given. So double taxation avoidance agreement will be there. But we call that in short form double taxation avoidance agreement, DTAA. Hence, in this there are two types of release. As it is in June shift to one question is there, that is this. Shift to this. Shift to same in single shift only. This question is there also. Transfer pricing question also. So in single shift, 4 marks in single concept. Understand the intents of it. You go and check. In the recent June paper only, they have asked 2 questions from this area. Two questions from this area. Now, to provide a relief to them who are paying a taxes in 2 countries, there are 2 types of relief we have. Section 1990A related to bilateral. Bi means 2 countries. 2 countries are mutually agreed and thus they sat together in a meeting to discuss and to provide the relief to these people who are having a foreign income in each of the countries, mutual countries. So they have a mutually agreed double taxation avoidance agreement is there with them. Mutually agreed double taxation avoidance agreement. Both the countries are properly agreed. When there is no mutual agreement like that, our Indian government itself has to provide some type of relief to that type assessee who are incurring 2 taxes on 1 income. So that is unilateral, only one-sided benefit. Where there is no double taxation exists, we will go for this one. Suppose. In bilateral, the question is in bilateral. In bilateral, where both the countries are going to provide a relief. So when the bilateral will be applicable, when the 2 countries are agreed to provide the relief to the assessee who are having double taxation. So with respect to double taxation, the relief will be there. and with respect to exchange of information, with exchange of information of a persons who are evading the tax in their countries and who are avoiding the tax also. And for recovery of income tax also, we can enter into this type of agreement. Three purposes will be there. Three purposes will be there. And there are two methods of relief here. One is exemption method, sir. Second one is a tax credit method. Exemption method means one country will exempt the tax for that assessee. One country will levy the tax. Generally, resident country will exempt and source country will levy the tax, right? Will collect the tax. Resident country will exempt the tax. Source country will collect and levy the tax. That is exempted method, exemption method. Whereas tax credit method is tax will be paid by that Virat Kohli in South Africa as well as in India. Later, after coming back to India, after submitting a proper proof of evidence that he went to South Africa and gained this much income, paid the tax to Indian government and South Africa government. After submission of that proof, Indian government will be giving a credit. Indian government will be giving a credit for what? Whatever the tax that we paid in South Africa, that amount will be credited to Virat Kohli. So tax resident country will give the credit for the tax paid in source country. So in such case, he is finally paying tax only in one country, that is in India. Here India is following exemption method, tax credit method is like this. Understood or clear or any doubt? Now I am going back to the second one, which is unilateral relief, sir. The steps of unilateral relief is been asked in the recent exam. In which of the following cases the unilateral relief will be applicable where there is no double taxation avoidance agreement? Right? In which cases the double taxation avoidance agreement is not there? Then how the process of unilateral relief as per section 91? Number one, unilateral means only one country will be providing a benefit where there is no agreement with that country. First condition one, if there is no agreement between government of India and government of a country from which income has been gained, right? Government of India unilaterally will provide some relief to residents under section 91. Number one, assessee is a resident of India during the previous year. Assessee is a resident of India during the previous year. First condition, the same four steps they asked. He must be a resident of India during the previous year. Number two condition, sir. He must be deriving certain income from other country. So Virat Kohli is a resident of India. Virat Kohli derived income from South Africa. Yes. And the tax have been paid or deducted in the country from such income. In South Africa, he might have paid a tax. He must have paid a tax. In South Africa, he is also, the government also deducted TDS. Either TDS deducted or he himself paid the tax to South Africa. Fourth condition is that there should not be any double taxation avoidance agreement between India and that country. Now in our example, it is South Africa. If these four conditions are satisfied, then unilateral relief will be given. Clear? If these four conditions are satisfied, then unilateral relief will be given to them. Oh, so how to calculate the relief under 91? You can see. First, compute the net taxable income, both foreign income, Indian income, you calculate it. Next, find out the amount of tax. How much amount of tax can be paid as per the Indian rules? How much tax can be paid? Calculate that Indian tax. So whatever the tax rate which is paid in South Africa, that means other country, that average rate of tax need to identify. Average rate of tax, how to identify? Here gross tax payable as per this. How much tax payable in step number 2? Divided by net taxable income. That is step number 2 divided by 1 will give you average rate of tax. So this rate and the rate at which South Africa has been levied a tax. So our rate and other country rate will be calculated. Whichever is lower rate of tax will be providing a relief. So double tax the income here which is there now, which is foreign income, into rate but that we found in either lower of this or that we need to identify. So then based on that we will be getting a unilateral relief amount. Second area of questioning in the double taxation or else international taxation. First area of questioning bilateral unilateral relief. Section number 90, 90A for bilateral, 91 is for unilateral, single. 91, 1 is for one is for uni. Right? Now there is a concept called as an transfer pricing concept. This question is asked in June 2023, shift number 2. Last question is this only before the passages. And the December 2022 also shift number 2 they asked. And shift number 3 in case of October 2022. In 3 shifts, 3 exams in last year, the question is there with respect to it. Very basic question. You know what? I'll explain that question after. Because this is where here only it is written clearly. This is the question which is asked. Transfer pricing deals with section number 92. Right? So, when a company is having presence in multiple countries, those are called as multinational companies. So generally the tax they don't want to pay much when they are multinational company. Suppose Amazon is a multinational company. In India for Amazon they are charging 30% tax. But in US they are charging only 20% tax for a company. Assume. Now Amazon company wants to transfer the profits which are generating in India to USA or not? Obviously, because they can reduce 10% tax. They slowly transfer certain profits to other country. They can reduce 10%. Every SSC wants to pay lower rate of tax. Why we want to pay higher rate when we are having a chance? By creating some fictitious or fake transaction, they'll try to shift that income to USD. So that to curb that practice, to stop that process by the multinational companies to take advantage of a lower trade tax and transferring the income, multinational groups would normally transfer their taxable profit earned in India to some other country where tax rate is low. Right? To stop that practice, the transfer pricing evasion practices, anti-evasion practice has been introduced. So transfer pricing section 92, it is having 3 definitions. 92B, what is international transaction? 92A, what is associate? How they are associated enterprises? One, Amazon India and Amazon Global. How they are associated enterprises? Their relationship we need to identify in the 92. Arm length price. At what price this entity has agreed? And what is the regular price in the market? What is actually the agreed value between these two? So like that we need to identify. This is a question in June exam. Sorry, December exam. This is a question where lower rate is available. That is June exam question. Right? Now, arm length price. This is October 2022. One of the question also. Arm length is asked in December as well as. Please bring a mic nearer. Why? It is clearly audible, madam. Is it, sir? Problem is coming like that. Oh no, from where the voice is not clear, it is. I can hear very clearly. It is. Break in between. Maybe your network issue, that means. Chalo. Arm length price. What is arm length price? Arm length price is the price transaction between the two related entities. Related entities are nothing but associated enterprises as per the 92A definition. Is the price that would be paid if the transaction had taken place between the two comparable independent. Suppose if someone is my very close relative, like if my GF is coming, I am running my business. My girlfriend is coming, I will select, take it free only, free, for you, free. If our friend is coming, I pay 100 rupees only for you. Okay. But if some other person, customer is coming, no sir, 10,000 is fixed. We can't reduce that amount at all. Correct now? So, for a girlfriend, for a friend who are associated entities, you are reducing the price. Then, due to that, if it is those girlfriend and boyfriend are two companies of two different countries under the same entity, close relation, you are reducing the price and you are transferring profit certainly from one to another. So, to curb that practice, arm length price will be there. Arm length price is the price as if the price which you sold it to independent customers. That is called as an arm length. If you go or if I go, that will be the same price. That price they will bring it up into the transfer pricing concept to curb that practice. So for that calculation purpose, the principles are given in the OECD model, which is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Transfer pricing guidelines are given. Section 92 has cup method, resale price method, cost plus price method, profit split method, transaction net margin method. The question was asked is, which of the following is not a arm length pricing method as per the transfer pricing guidelines? That is not a method is given. Today morning only we solved it, right? Arjuna batch people. Done, sir. Absolutely. Now transfer pricing, all concepts completed. What is each method not required for us? Yes, that is here final level concept. Now let's go back to some new, some other concepts other than the tax. Because tax is dominating today. Every day one will be dominating, sir. So don't worry about it. Now minor income, recent questions are there. Minor income. Ratification will be there or not, like that. Please do hit a like button. You like the session. If you don't like the session,
So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow. Just looking like a wow.
मजा आ रहा है सर. यस, आता भाई. तो सब रिवीजन हो रहा है ना. चलो, minor. What is the status of minor in the Indian Contract Act 1872? Look at. Suppose who is a minor as per the Indian Majority Act 1875, who have not completed 18 years. The minor below the 18 years. Steady fellow, right? So condition when the age of majority is 21. You can see any agreement when you enter with a minor for the liability purpose, it is void ab initio. Correct na? Since the beginning it is void. Void ab initio. For if minor is not going to get a benefit now, void ab initio. Any agreement or contract entered for the benefit of the minor, valid. For the liability of the minor, void ab initio. Right? So when a guardian of a minor person has been appointed under the guardians, where the superintendent or the caretaking of a minority property, minor's property is assumed by the court of wards, then those persons can be claiming against that minor. Now, main point is that no ratification is the point. Agreement entered at the time of minor can be ratified after attaining a majority. That is the question in 2023. Agreement entered with the minor during the minority can be ratified after attaining a majority. No ratification at all. Okay. An agreement with a minor is completely void. It cannot ratify an agreement even attaining the majority, because a void ab initio agreement cannot become valid later, cannot be ratified. But if on becoming a major, minor makes a new promise, I will take the responsibility now, I am taking a new fresh type of contract, then in such case it will be legally binding because he is making fresh everything. Right? He is making fresh everything. Now, a minor who lacks a capacity, actually minor under section 11, he is incompetent to enter into the contract for the liability. He is competent only when he is getting a benefit. So, disqualified by law and mentally incapable person. Right? So, now finally, he cannot ratify after attaining majority unless he makes a fresh agreement. Now, we know that this is from the Bachpan we are studying, but recent exam, June 2023, given so much badla. Wrong answer given for this question, you know. They stated promise is an agreement. Simply. How come promise is an agreement, sir? Here, promise and agreement both are same. They stated in the statement one, they given that as a correct answer. But actually wrong answer given by them. Even after challenge also they have not changed it, unfortunately. But generally offer, first 2A offer. We are giving our willingness. We are telling the willingness to do something. We are offering. I wanted to sell my car. Offer given. 2A. Acceptance. Okay, I also want your car. I will buy your car. Acceptance given. Offer plus acceptance will become agreement. Offer plus acceptance will become actually a promise. Right? Offer plus acceptance will become a promise. Proposal is given, accepted, it will become a promise. When it is properly, two persons are in the like-minded with a consideration. Now, when a promise with a consideration, it will become an agreement, sir. When a promise added by the consideration, it will become an agreement. Right? Then agreement plus enforceability of law will give you the contract. Like this. Generally, proposal or the offer plus acceptance is a promise. Right? Promise plus consideration will give you agreement. Agreement, when it is enforceable by law, and it will become a contract. Clear? Then it will become a contract. When agreement enforceable by law, it will become a contract. Fine? Chalo. Next concept. As per the, this is also June 2023 question. As per the Negotiable Instrument Act, What are the general features or the characteristics of negotiable instrument? Negotiable instrument means negotiation to other, means transferring to other. That's what negotiation. So essential elements are, number one, it necessarily or must be in writing, sir. It must be in writing. The instrument, either a bill of exchange or a promissory note or a check, must be in writing, right? And it should be properly signed. It should be properly signed, right? And freely transferable. Based on this question is there. Freely transferable from one person to another person, unlimited number of times. And holder's title is free from all defects. This we call it as an holder in due course. Holder title, whatever, once he get into holder na, so we think that it is free from all the defects. There is no defects in this instrument. It can be transferred any number, unlimited time till the payment. Every negotiable instrument must contain unconditional promise or unconditional undertaking or order to pay the money, or must consist of money only. Money and money only. Other than should not be there. So it must unconditional undertaking or unconditional order will be there. Unconditional undertaking for promissory note. Unconditional order will be for bill of exchange. And sum payable should be certain. Amount must be specified very, very clearly in words as well as in number. And payee name also. When you are going to pay also, the due date also clearly should be mentioned. The instrument should be delivered. Mere drawing of the instrument does not create a liability. Just only writing the instrument will not create. It has to be properly signed and stamped and authorized by both the parties. Then only it will create a liability. Otherwise, no. Done. Next. Recent question. Unpaid seller. So for unpaid seller, how many rights will be there? 2 types of rights. Who is called as an unpaid seller? When someone be called as an unpaid seller, then you have, or else when amount not received, when amount not received on transaction, then it is called as an, we sold the goods but we have not received the amount, is called as an unpaid seller. So the seller is called as unpaid. Unpaid seller is having right against the goods and right against the buyer also personally. So for a buyer, what he will do? He can go for the court of law. He can file a case against them to pay the price. Number one. Number two, suit for the damages for not acceptance. So we sent a delivery. So he is not accepting. Not accepting. Why you are not accepting? Further also he can go to the court of law. Right? And suit for the special damages. Any special damages incurred to the seller due to the action of the buyer on the goods now. For that also he can liable for the interest and damage also. On buyer. Then the right available against the goods. When the property in goods has been transferred, already goods property has been transferred to the buyer. What buyer more can do? When the property in goods has been transferred, he can have a right on lien. So he should not let the buyer to use. Should be taking control of that particular goods. And if they are there in transit, we already out from our godown, seller godown, and going to the buyer. So we can stop that. We can ask our delivery boy to come back. Don't deliver them. And we can resell to some other person also. We can resell to some other person because he is not taking, we can sell to someone to gain the same income. This is when the property and goods are not being transferred, when it is not transferred, then in such case, he can withhold the delivery. He transferred means he left, the goods left his godown. Right? When it is not left, he can withhold the delivery. He will not be delivering those goods. That's it. Done with it. Another two marks in law. Done. Now let's go back to the tax. One more. Tax provision. Every time 2 marks in your pocket, sir. 2 pocket. Right? Tax planning, tax avoidance, tax evasion, tax management. First of all, tax planning. What is tax planning? They can ask in math the following, they can ask directly, they can ask the example form in any way they can ask, but one question for sure, 2 marks. Tax planning is nothing but it's a plan to reduce the tax with a legal planning. Legally you are claiming the exemption, legally you are claiming the deduction, legally you are following the rules and taking a benefit of everything. That is a way to reduce the tax by taking full advantages provided in the act. I paid an insurance premium. I have a right to claim under the deduction 80C when I paid an insurance premium. So that is available legally. And legally, I am a resident individual having a income less than 7 lakhs. Less than 7 lakhs. I can take a rebate legally 87A applicable. So those are properly as per the futuristic approach. It is more of this practice is to follow within the law moral framework. We will not break the law, we will not violate the law. Within the legal framework only we will take it. So that is to reduce the tax liability by applying the script of the law. More futuristic and positive in nature. This is very positive and permissible one. Whereas tax evasion, avoidance. Avoidance. We are not evading, we are avoiding it. Try to avoid as much as possible. Try to avoid the negative people as much as possible. Like that. So avoid means we are bending the law. We are identifying the loopholes which are there in the law. How can we take extra benefit? How can we avoid the tax to some extent? How can we reduce the liability of a tax? So by that thought process, now you'll always search for some wrong things. That is loopholes. By taking a full advantage of the loopholes which you identify in the law, means you will interpret according to your own interpretation, which is not the interpretation of the Department of Income Tax, but you will interpret in some other extreme way where no one can argue upon. So that is called as an avoidance. Bending the law without breaking the law. You are just bending it. You are not fully breaking it. You are not fully violating the law. You are just using the small minus points there in the law. To reduce the tax liability to minimum, we will use the script of the law in other way. And this is also futuristic, but very short term in nature. Futuristic only, but very short term. We cannot go in a long term for this. On a long term basis, this will not work. Loopholes will be corrected by amendments now. So on long term, it will not work. Every loophole, once it go identify now, it will be curbed by the department. They'll issue one circular generally. Right? That is tax avoidance. Whereas tax evasion means fully illegal. And illegal way to reduce the tax liability, deliberately decreasing the income, wantonly, increasing the expenditure so that profit will come down. You are trying to reduce the income, increasing the expenditure. Those type of transaction you are trying to create it. Illegal way you are trying to reduce the income and suppressing the income, increasing the expenditure so that total income will come down, total profit will come down, tax also will come down. It's illegal and you are breaking the law, violating the law, you will be liable for the penal actions by the Department of Income Tax. Right? So unfair means unfair advantages totally. This is actually concerned with the past. This is concerned with the past and applied after the liability of tax has been arise. So after calculating tax liability, how to reduce, you are trying to think about it. Past actions oriented. So totally a negative approach and not futuristic, very short term and penalized. Action will be taken upon you and every legal action will be initiated against you. And even they can go to a court of law and tribunals also. What is tax management? It is generally procedure to comply with the provisions of the law. The process to follow the income tax law is called as a tax management. It is implementation or execution part of the taxation department of organization. It is implementation. Whatever the tax department there in every company, our taxation department of India will be initiating the process of collecting the tax and all. That's a tax management related. Comply with the rules and regulation. Like if any rectifications are there in your returns of income, so that returns of income rectifications are making a proper loss returns and defective returns identification, dealing with income tax department, all those are tax management. Right? Done, sir. Another concept completed. Next concept. Minor income. What is minor income? All are following now? Or are you getting bored? It is 1.5 hour almost. 5 minutes to go. No boring now? Should not get bored because now only target is to get the JRF. Only 5 days to go.
So beautiful, so elegant, just
like
looking
wow now.
like a wow.
Tax planning, tax management, no difference. So there is a difference.
Just looking like a wow.
The difference is that planning is about to take the legal deductions to reduce your tax liability. In management of the tax, no reductions, nothing. Following the rules. Due date appeared. I need to file the tax return. Every year I need to file the tax return on or before the July, on or before the September, on or before the November 30. So I need to file the return. The return filing will be in a prescribed manner as given by the income tax department. The ITR forms you need to choose. These are all what? Following the process. That is management. But planning is to reduce the tax liability by following the legal rules. In June 2023 as well as October, not December, October, this question is clubbing provisions related to the minor child. So clubbing provisions related to a minor child. Minor child, generally minor will be a chuddy fellow. When he is getting an income, he cannot file income tax return to pay the tax, right? So his income will be clubbed in the hands of the parents. But how it will be? All income accruing to a minor child shall be clubbed in the hands of the parent. But which parent? Is it a mother or a father? Whose income is higher? We will be clubbing. Total income excluding the minor income, whichever is greater. If the father income is greater, we will club that income to father only. The mother income is greater, we will club the income to mother only. Right? But there are two exceptional cases. When minor, where the marriage of a parent does not subsist, income of a minor shall be clubbed in the parent who maintains the minor child. Suppose the parents are living apart. Then where the child is living, where the child is living with a mother income, it will be clubbed. If it is with the father income, it will be clubbed. If once a income is included in the hands of the father, mother shall be continued to be clubbed in the same. Sorry. If once it is included in the income of the father or the mother, it will be continuously continued only. You cannot change it later. Only assessing officer permission. Only assessing officer permission will be required. On his permission only you can able to change it. But if no clubbing will be applicable, sir, on one condition. No clubbing will be done if minor is earned by his own special skill. Suppose Sarigamapa, Indian Idol, Little Champs, he went to a singing competition by his own special skill, he earned the income. Will his income be clubbed in the hands of the parents? No, sir. Individually, it will be taxable in the hands of the minor only. First situation. Second situation, no clubbing will be done. Minor child is suffering from any type of disability. Right? If any type of disability is there, that type of disability and he is earning income, then that is also will not be clubbed. But the questioning area is this one. Recent exam, how much exemption limit for minor clubbing? So the clubbing is applicable only when the minor income exceeds 1500 per child. Up to 1500 per child and no clubbing applicable and nothing. More than 1500 per child exemption to that parents whose Hands income is club. 1500 per month only, it is exempted. Over and above minor income is there now, that will be going for the clubbing in the hands of the parents. And no clubbing from the date of minor child attains the majority. When he become a major, obviously no clubbing. The income earned by the minor child shall be taxable in the hands only. The income earned by the minor child shall be taxable in the hands only, and it will be return of income shall be in their name and signed by the guardian. Generally, guardian will be KBC. Guardian will be taking care of it. Done. Related to money. Now let's go to some economics. Law, legal, tax and law. Tax and law. Now let's somehow change this to economic. In process costing, accounting, will go to the accounting. June 2023 question, the steps in process costing they asked. Steps in process costing. So what are the steps? Generally, process costing is applicable to which type of organization, sir? Which type of organization process costing will be applicable? Heavy production, oil refinery. Okay, more. Comment it, bhai. Comment it. Manufacturing. So generally, when a product like oil refinery or any product that takes more than one step process, like suppose oil refinery means you need to introduce the peanuts, and first you need to buy the peanuts, later grown them properly, roast it, and then only introduce in the process. That will go into the machine. It will give you some raw oil, and that will be again refined process. It has to go to the next. So work in progress, process 1, process 2, process 3, like that. Every process is having their own finished good. So one process finished good will become a next process input raw material. Like that till you get a final finished goods, it will be you will be incurring a cost continuously at a various stages. So for that we have 5 steps in calculation for accounting purpose. First, summarize the flow of physical units output. How many final finished goods that you produce? First, identify them. All the process together. Compute the output in terms of equivalent units. Equivalent units means based on the percentage completion. Based on percentage completion. So that is in process 1, 10% goods process. Out of the total finished good, 10% completed. In process 2, 50% process done. In process number 3, 100% process done. So this 10% quantity will be calculated. This 50% quantity, this 100% quantity put together will become an equivalent units. Means from each process based on their percentage of completion, equivalent units will be counted. Equivalent units will be counted. Right. Third stage is that this total whatever the equivalent units and cost incurred. Total cost divided by the equivalent units calculated in the second steps. That will give you per unit equivalent cost. For 1 unit equivalent cost you will get. That per unit equivalent cost, compute the equivalent unit cost, summarize the total cost to account for. How much total cost is there? You need to summarize. After that, equivalent unit cost also. Actually, this has to come before, no? And whatever the unit cost, per unit cost that you will get now, which is total cost divided by equivalent units. Finally, that per unit cost will be allocated to the finished goods. That cost will be treated as a cost of production, per unit cost. Right? So these steps are ulta in the PDF. Now, time one question guarantee. Difficult way they are asking, not in direct way. So much indirect way they are asking. So this is covered in economics. This will be covered in economics unit number 3 of the UGC NET Commerce. This we have 4 types of money. I'll explain from the context of the examination rather than hitting around the known points. Ascending, descending orders. Not only that, the curve representation to at a respective market. Curve representation, monopoly slope downwards, MC is half of the MR. Like that, the curves meaning they're asking, and they're asking in a step form, sequence order they're asking. We know that perfect competition market is a market in which large number of sellers will be there of small firms, and selling a same identical product, no barriers to entry, no barriers to exit, and industry will decide the price. Here firm is only price taker. These are regular features. Regular features of monopolistic. Here large number of small firms. Here also large number of small firms. Sellers are large in both. But here homogeneous product, here differentiated product. Somehow barriers are going to be there in this, but barriers are no barriers in the perfect competition. Here firm will be the price maker. He will decide the price for differentiated product. Every product we have their own price. That is why he will be the price maker. Hairdressers, taxi companies will be a monopolistic example. Here theoretical extreme. So only theoretically perfect competition possible. So fruit seller, foreign exchange markets are perfect competitive market if we can assume. Right. Demand and market forces will determine the price of the industry. Firm is only a price taker. And in oligopoly, small, very few firms will be there, but very large. Few but very large. Big companies will be there. Products are different in nature. Differentiation is going to be at a high level. And very high barriers will be there to enter into this market and exit also. Firms are price takers. Firms are price takers. The price makers. Only perfect competition price taker. Meaning all makers only. And here phone manufacturer and supermarkets are the example. Whereas monopoly, only one single seller, unique product, generally railway, unique product, and very high barriers will be there to enter into this market. Actually, you cannot enter, no entry. Individual firm sets the price. The firm will be deciding the price here. Now I will ask you to arrange one question. Just only, this is known concept only, but I'll ask one question to you. I want, based on the barriers to entry and exit, arrange from ascending order. Descending order. High barriers to low barriers. Please arrange. Arrange the markets from high barriers to low barrier, which is descending order, high to low. Ascending order wise, high barrier is in which barrier? High barrier. So barriers, descending order. Monopoly market number 1. And perfect competition will be last. Right now? High barrier and no barrier. You can arrange the ascending order of the based on the price decision. Price maker or the not who is the price maker to? Actually, that is not possible because only in perfect competition taker, not maker. From the number of sellers, you can arrange them order. Monopoly, later oligopoly, greater monopolistic perfect competition market. High barrier will be descending. High monopoly, high and too low. Perfect competition. Now, number of sellers wise. This is a previous year question area as well. That is why I am asking you to arrange. Number of sellers. High sellers. Large number of sellers in perfect competition. High. And second, only one seller will be there, low. Who will be? Monopoly. And third will be oligopoly. Few sellers will be there. And somehow large number of sellers in monopolistic. Right? This is the arrangement. High to low and low to high. Right? Now, which is unknown? These are all known to you. Now I am going to tell you some unknown area. Look at the below table. This is previously October 2022 question. Number of sellers wise, very large, small, and one. Product differentiation wise, no differentiation, slight differentiation, substantial differentiation, extreme differentiation in monopoly. You can arrange in a product differentiation wise. Product differentiation wise is product differentiation. Extreme differentiation, high differentiation will be in monopoly. Same. Second differentiation will be oligopoly. And some more differentiation in monopolistic. And no differentiation in perfect competition. These both are same. Barriers and product differentiation same. Now, when it comes to price elasticity is a questioning area where we confuse a lot. We confuse a lot in price elasticity. Price elasticity in perfect competition, it is infinite. In monopolistic, it is more than one large. In oligopoly, it is less than one. And in monopoly, it is small, very, very, very small. Very, very small. Even it can be monopoly, can be zero also. Can be zero also. Very negligible. So, elasticity wise, high to low. Elasticity wise, high to low. Price elasticity wise. Price elasticity. Number one. High price elasticity in perfect competition. After that perfect competition, and the highest low is going to be monopoly, and after that monopolistic. Third one Is that clear? This is product differentiation. Whereas degree of control over the price, this is also previous year question. How much you are able to control the price? You can't control perfect competition. Monopoly, highest control. Monopoly, oligopoly, monopolistic and perfect competition. High to low. High to low. All right. Next. Price ceiling, price flooring. What is price ceiling, price flooring? Price ceiling, price flooring. Price flooring, price ceiling. Chalo, first one, there is a question in June exam. 2 shifts, 1 question only. So 2 shifts, shift 1 first question, shift 2 first question is this only. Price ceiling, but not direct one, indirect only always. Price ceiling means flooring means. Floor is lower one. Ceiling is upper one. This is ceiling, this is flooring, right? So ceiling means MRP. More than that price, you cannot go. Flooring means below than this price, you cannot go. I cannot go below than this now. I have to go by steps only. Right? I cannot go up because this is the last point. So maximum price set by the government, which is MRP. Minimum price is nothing but price flooring. So you are protecting a consumer from high price is the main intention of ceiling. That is the maximum price. So nobody can sell above the price. And you are supporting the producers to fair earnings. So nobody should sell below this price. That is to support the producers, support the consumers. Effect on price. Here, effect on price will be it keeps the price below the equilibrium always, so that everybody can afford to buy it. Here, price flooring keeps the price above the equilibrium. The question which was asked is in 2023 June, when the price set below the equilibrium, when the price ceiling set as a below the equilibrium, price ceiling set as a below the equilibrium, then what will be the consequences or effects of that? That's the question. What will be the consequence or effects of that? So consequences is that when you are setting the ceiling below the equilibrium price now, it will create a shortage in the market. It will create a black marketing. So there is a possibility that potential outcome is shortage can happen due to excessive demand. It can lead to black market because your ceiling cannot be below the equilibrium. Actually, ceiling effect on that keeping the price below the equilibrium. But effect is that it is leading into black market and it is leading into excess demand. Excess demand, so okay, no problem. Whenever high demand is there in the market, we can't able to supply according to the demand. Demand is more than the supply. But it is leading into black market also. It can lead to black market. And here examples are rent control, maximum rent that you can collect in that area, or maximum gas prices that you can collect from the consumers. Those are all the price ceiling examples. Right? Price flooring is that, and here it keeps above equilibrium. Surplus. Here, and the potential outcome is that surplus stock will be there to excess supply. So we can easily meet the demand. Full supply will be there whenever as per the below the or above the equilibrium price. It may lead to wasted resource also. Our resources will get wasted by going with the price flooring because we can't produce it. This is the minimum price that we are selling at. So it can lead to wasting of the resources. minimum wages, minimum agriculture product will have a minimum price also in the market. So that will be a best example of this price, flooring and ceiling. Right? Next one, sir. Next. Price discrimination degrees. There are 3 degrees of price discrimination in economics. First of all, what is discrimination of the price? Price discrimination means charging a different prices to a different customer groups or individual customer different. So when you can discriminate the price, there are 4 conditions for discriminating the prices. Before going for the types of price discrimination, there are 4 conditions for price discrimination. What is that? There are 4 conditions. This is also previous year question. 4 conditions for discriminating the price. 4 conditions for price discrimination. Number 1, price discrimination. Number 1. 4 conditions are there for price discrimination. Number 1, what is that? Market power. Market monopoly power. You should hold the market power in your hand. You should be a monopoly. Then only you can discriminate. And there should be separate markets. Separate market means market segmentation should be done. You can able to differentiate the market. You can able to segment the market. Then only you can differentiate the prices, discriminate the price. Third one, no resale of product. Once your product is purchased, that should be consumed by you only. You should not resell to other person. If you are reselling to other person, you are losing the power. You are losing the power in the market, right? Should not have a resale. And what will be the elasticity of price? Was it stuck? It stuck na? Now it is regained. Okay. Price the condition for the elasticity. Must be elastic or must be inelastic? Last 4th condition. You have to tell fast, everybody. Price should be inelastic. Elasticity should be price inelastic. If these 4 conditions are satisfied, then you can discriminate the market with respect to price. Now, all the 4 conditions are satisfied. Now, you can do the discrimination of the prices. The discrimination can be in 3 ways. 3 ways. First degree, second degree, third degree. 3 degrees of price discrimination will be there. First degree of price discrimination. charging a different prices for each individual unit. Here each unit different price. Each unit different price. Each unit you are charging different price here. Every individual unit that you purchase, not different price you need to pay. So people pay their own individual willingness. If you are interested, you will come and buy. If you are interested in tourism places now, by looking at the people, they will sell at a different prices. So individual unit, individual price. Individual price. Second degree of discrimination is that varying with the quantity sold, that is, if you buy more quantity, less price. If you buy less quantity, more price. So based on the quantity sold, the price will be getting varied. Or else, at the time of purchase, the time, at what time you are purchasing. So the time of purchase also. If you are selling, if you are purchasing the, what we can say, Sitafal in this season, it will be very high price. After the season, somehow price will be low. So during the season, price will be very high. You can discriminate the prices, right? And same banana on Kartika Purnami day, it was more, almost 70 rupees or 80 rupees per dozen. Now it is on normal day 40 rupees only. So based on the peak time, that the price will be different. That is based on the time of purchase or quantity sold, it will be differing. Now third degree of discrimination is charging a different prices to different group of market, means segments. You are doing a market segmentation. For one group of people, you are selling one price. For other group of people, you are selling another price. Segmented by price elasticity of demand, based on their income, based on their age, based on their sex, male, female, different prices will be charged to a different group of consumers by grouping them. Right? Responsiveness should be less, means that is what inelasticity, sir. So first degree, second degree, third degree. First degree, for a one unit, the price will differ. Each unit, the price will differ. Bulk quantity plus time of purchase will be second degree. Third degree, proper segmentation, charging different prices to different group of consumers. Done, sir? Right? Hello. Next concept. Try to take one small concept and end this session. Here, you can look at one more concept, that is three types of exposures will be there in the market. So whenever foreign exchange rate calculation comes now, there are three types of exposure due to impact of foreign exchange rate. The three types of exposure, number one, moment time when exchange rate changes. When exchange rate changes, three types of translations are three type of exposures. Translation, look at the term. Operating exposure, transaction exposure. This operating exposure is also called as an economic exposure. Economic exposure, sir. Right? First, translation exposure means changes reporting owner's equity in consolidated financial statements. See, holding company will be there, subsidiary company will be there. So, two different companies. Here, you are merging this and preparing a consolidated balance sheet, consolidated profit and loss account you are preparing. And this holding company is an Indian company, this is a foreign company. This is in rupees, this is in dollars. When you combine, prepare the balance sheet, then obviously, how can you merge? Either you change the rupees into dollar or dollar into rupee. You have to do one thing, right? Any one currency only you can mention the financial statement. So while translating rupee to dollar, dollar to rupee, while preparing a financial statement, whatever the differences comes, that is translation exposure. So it is caused by changes in the exchange rate at the time of preparing financial statement, at the time of a transaction occur. So both are different dates it is going to be there. So when you are translating, different prices will be there at that time. But actually transaction occurred at some other time, previously in the past. At that time the rate is different, now the rate is different. The difference comes is the translation exposure. Operating or economic exposure is nothing but whatever the changes in expected future cash flow arising from unexpected exchange rate. So future cash flows are going to change due to the unexpected exchange rate changes. We are not expecting that exchange rate is to change, but suddenly it changed due to economic conditions. So due to the economic fall down or whatever the boom, it is increased or decreased. Either rate is increased, rate is decreased, whatever happened. So that change is going to happen. Whatever the future change that we are expecting is called as an operating exposure. All right, sir. Next, the transaction exposure is impact of settling outstanding obligation entered into before change in exposure, before change in exchange rate, but to be settled after change in exchange rate. So transaction. Actually, we entered into certain transaction before. At that rate, when we entered into transaction on 1/1/2023, the price was 70 rupees per $1. Now, when we are executing this time, we entered into this. At that time, no payment was done, but the price was that much. So now we are executing that in 30 November 2023. After 11 months, we are executing this transaction. Now it is 81 rupees per dollar. For $1, 81 rupees. What the change is? 11 rupees change is there. So impact settling the transaction. Previously, at that time when we entered a contract, it is different. Now when we are executing a contract, it is fully different. The difference that arises due to transaction executing. That's called as an transaction exposure. So that's about the entire 5 hours, 20 minutes of complete 60 topics of UGC NET and SET examination commerce related topics. Most important topic we have covered. So with this, I hope this session is going to be useful to you and your confidence might have been increased after watching this video. So if you feel it is beneficial, do not forget to hit a like button and please do share. One share will boost up one view. So that will be more motivation for us to do more and more sessions like this. And if you want to take our courses, you can download 𝐎𝐮𝐫 app from the Google Play Store or the link given in the description and you can enroll to our courses. Thank you so much. Keep learning and keep achieving. Thank you.